Welcome to the show, everybody. Yeah, that's called responding to a camera crash in the beginning of our show when we had all set everything set up and we were expecting it all to work, and then all of a sudden it didn't. Good evening. Hi. This is the Pork for All program, America's Third Party's Halloween special. I'm Mr. Rump, and you can call me Mr. Rump Roast if you want, but Pork for All, everybody.
Pork Roast, Mr. Pork Roast.
I'm Mr. Pork. I'm Mr. Rump. Da 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 da. Okay, so Pork for All is our concept tonight. I came up with that 1 second before the show started. This is Sarah. I'm David. How are you?
I'm Leah.
Princess Leah. That's right. I'm Mr. Rump. Mr. Rump. It's Mr. Rump to you. David, the other white meat is pork. You're right. Good point. Is that blood red or is that blood red? Wow, I nailed it. Pork for all.
Circulate. That's the idea.
We are looking at a nation of pork feeders and pork. I guess people who are making government bad are called pork barrel spenders. Tonight we'll be doing a tribute to my family, and my sister will be making a cameo appearance as a Hitlery, and we'll be doing. We got a couple masks set up here.
Oh, good.
See,
Nice.
Sarah, she brought these to us, and she's got a Hillary mask and she's got a Donald mask. Isn't that cool? Mm-hmm. So I could do this, but I like what I'm doing better.
Yeah,
Oh.
you look way scarier.
I'm scarier, man. Way scarier. You are not allowed to say negative things about me.
This thing that's dancing behind me.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. That was some sort of an image library I had going earlier. We're
Thank
gonna
you.
Pork for All, everybody. Welcome to the White House, the future White House, I should say, where we give away pork all over the place. We never stop giving away pork. In fact, Sarah, tell us about how the money of our government, where it comes from. I'd like to know. A lot of people want to know where that money comes from.
Well, our money is just printed from thin air. That's where it comes
The
from.
money is printed from thin air. Did you hear that?
It has value because people say it has value.
Huh.
If people are willing to trade their labor for it, then it
Nice.
has value.
Okay, so they're printing money using the fractional reserve banking system, which is a way to big bankers like Donald Trump can get money to support his continued borrowing. So when a person builds their entire business around borrowing money and taking money from Russian mobsters, selling condos to them, and then they call themselves a billionaire, and then run for president, then take over a hostile takeover of a Republican Party using my ideas, 10 of them, or more than 10. Now we're looking at even more than 10 ideas, and then proclaims that he doesn't even support his own party. And then on top of that, Paul Ryan says, the Speaker of the House, who very likely could become president if Hillary and Donald are both disqualified, he says he wants nothing to do with Donald Trump. We're building a wall. Oh, come on, dude. You know what I hate about the Trump supporters is how they think that they can threaten people. Anyone using creativity is threatened with imprisonment. Anyone who questions Donald Trump, they think is going to be arrested. These are the kind of scumbags that are evolving in our country. They're the neo-Nazis of America today, and they're calling themselves Republicans, which is so weird. They support pro-choice, killing children. Yet Donald says he's pro-life when he's on record saying he's pro-choice thousands of times. Or not thousands, at least one time. The necklace I got at Rite Aid, I spent 10 cents for this, along with a bow tie that didn't really work for me. I was going to put a bow tie here,
Yeah.
but it didn't work because it was black on black.
Oh, yes.
And we've seen what black on black gets you. You can't even see it. So I hope my face doesn't bother anybody, because I know that many of you are a little upset at the way I look, but
It's quite scary.
Hillary is leading 4 points in the polls still, and there hasn't been any substantive response on the email scandal that was just recently percolated by Jim Comey And there's all this talk about WikiLeaks going to reveal the final, most damning story about Hillary. What? That she sews socks that smell? I mean, come on. I mean, what has she got against her right now? She's got the 115 dead body count, the Clinton body count. Look it up. Yeah. That's scary. You need those eyebrows. Well, people have been saying, David, you don't have any eyebrows, so I thought I'd go a little over the top. Jeez, calm down. Whatever. I've got a very good BBC video on the life of pigs tonight. We'll be doing that. We'll talk about the future of the White House if Hillary or Donald take over. Swing states seem to massively voting for Hillary and not voting not at all voting according to RT. Yeah. Hey, I don't have any problem dressing up for Halloween. I don't know what your problem is. Look at how conservative and absolutely brain dead some of these Republicrats are in here. They actually think it's not okay to dress up on Halloween. Can you imagine? I mean, they actually want to take away our freedom of speech. They want to ID Muslims. These Republicans who are, so freaked out about ISIS when Donald Trump grabbed my idea and said that Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama created ISIS. Yeah. Sarah went way overboard on her outfit. Yeah. She was going as Princess Leia. Now, Carrie Fisher recently said, Carrie Fisher, the lady who played Princess Leia, recently said that, she said that she had a cocaine problem. And then she said that it sounded like Donald Trump had an issue with cocaine. Now, I have never said anything bad about Donald Trump at all. I've always been very respectful, and I've never said that he did coke. Never. Not once. People like Carrie Fisher have said that, and, she had drug problems, and she knew that Donald Trump had behavior which indicate that it could be something related to, coke. So I'm going to play a little sampling of the Donald Trump sniffles, or the snort count, which reached 103 in the second debate. Listen to this.
Wait. Wait.
Now, it's very interesting to note that it's oddly arousing that somebody hears somebody snort 103 times in a debate. But it's interesting to note that, no, I don't drink at all. I've never had any beer or alcohol whatsoever. I'm a very careful person. I consider myself a vegan, except I eat meat, but not pork. Well, frankly, technically, I had a lot of pork recently. Don't laugh at your jokes, please.
He did. What was it? Pork.
I mummified pork last week on my Thursday show.
Mummified pork, yeah.
I was eating a tremendous amount of pork last week, and my dreams were weird. Did you have strange dreams?
No, not too bad.
You didn't have any weird dreams last night? I dreamt that I was going to be a pig for Halloween. Can you imagine?
Oh wow! I guess you ate pork and then you became pork.
I know. All right, so you're gathered here to talk about politics and the doom and gloom coming, but I'm going to bring you positive stuff. I'm bringing you positive stuff here. Can I put this over here?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, we're going to bring you all this good news. The WikiLeaks list, at least 65 MSM reporters were meeting with or coordinating offline with top Hillary advisors on the WikiLeaks thing. So is WikiLeaks a government plot? I've been saying all along that Julian Assange might very well have been bought off by the government.
No, I would say WikiLeaks seems to be going after Hillary more than they're going after Trump. I'll just say that.
Yeah, but I mean, that's because Hillary has a lot of dirt on her. I mean, let's face it, she lost 5 months worth of emails.
Yay,
and that can't be fun.
I'm glad you had 3 trick-or-treaters.
Hey, you had we don't get trick-or-treaters here.
Everybody should post trick-or-treater, trick-or...
When people get past the laser defense system, it gets a little scary for them out in front of our house. So I guess they don't bother to come up to our door.
Well, I turned on the light, but I didn't buy any pumpkins, so...
Well, I have that weird thing I put in the front yard. It scares people away. Well, I can't talk about it. It's top secret.
My car?
It's top secret. It's at your car. Oh, they must have, because I don't know. I mean, I've been working desperately on getting the right look for tonight, and I went through an hour of messing with this mask and had to cut an area for my nose because I have such a large Roman nose, as you can see.
Yeah.
And it was difficult. I actually nearly cut myself with this rubber.
Ooh, ow.
I know. It was scary.
Is it better? Is it more comfortable?
Yeah, I made this nose, this snout fits perfectly. We've got kisses. We're handing out kisses tonight. I walk up and I go, hello. No, I don't. They're little chocolate kisses.
Next year, if I do have any, I was thinking of handing out books.
Hello. Kisses. Isn't that the grossest thing ever? I know.
Especially kisses from a pig.
Kisses from a pig.
Certainly.
You can hit the any kind of special effects. Feel free.
Right.
Hey, I hope you're all having a fun Halloween night. This is called Harvest Fest in some of the areas that are super Christian. You got to go near the mic.
That's what's going to happen if you try to kiss someone.
Yeah, don't kiss anybody. I would never hand out cream of wheat packets on Halloween. It would be oatmeal. There'd be the Quaker Oats oatmeal packets, the ones that had glyphosate in them. I look like an effing idiot, according to this person. Can you imagine somebody calling me an effing idiot? Isn't that amazing? When you have an IQ as high as mine, it doesn't matter what you call me, because I consider the source. You see, I see you as an effing idiot. Don't laugh at your own jokes. Don't laugh at your own jokes. Stop laughing at your own jokes.
Whenever you want to laugh at your own jokes, just hit this button.
That's right. Hey, did you see this thing we have here? Let me reach over there. My sister's going to come in and she's going to do a Hillary impersonation. But I don't want to put it in my mouth because then my sister won't want to put it in her mouth. So I'll let her do that. Don't vote for Trump. Vote for me. Pork for all, everybody. Yep. Well, Sarah found a little toy. She's doing her own special effects. And did you see all the audio we have of Scissor Fight? Let's go to Scissor Fight's audio collection. This next song is called Thin Mind from Scissor Fight. Let's listen. Is this what the Illuminati play when they're going to the bathroom?
In their dreams.
This is really spiritual. I feel very evolved. We're building a wall.
I guess tonight David can't be on people that tell him, you look like a pig. I just thought to say that. That was pretty funny. I'm sorry, 568. I'll leave in a moment and catch up on my sleep. It's because I had a 7 a.m. dental appointment. Then I'm tired. Alright, let's go into the next song. Called Plea. That's probably better. That sounds more like Halloween-ish. I don't do any lines. The Illuminati are metalheads? Oh goodness. That wouldn't be good. Oh, David's broadcasting on YouTube. I should get my link there.
Yeah, I'm heating up the coffee.
You love pork and bacon? Yeah.
So we're here to have a little pork fest here. We're going to talk about all the corruption of the two parties and how they won't cut the budget. Sarah said a mouthful when she said that they just print up money out of thin air. Because most of our taxes don't go to, most of our taxes don't go to paying the government's operations. A little pork fest here. We're going to talk about all.
This is that kind of this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sarah said a mouthful when she said that they just print up money. My video color is off. Okay, let me correct that. I noticed that it was a little bit too yellow. Let's see if we can get something more appropriate for you. Checking video levels. You tell us if this is appropriate.
White balance toward you.
Is that better?
That's better.
Okay. How about this? I look a little pink, don't I?
Yeah, a little pink. That's true. Color intensity. The other way. Ooh, that's a little weird orange.
How's
A
that?
little pink. That's still a little pink.
You're really the determiner here.
But it'll change once I leave the room. Oh wait, go back. No, that's good. That's good.
Okay, we're pinky now.
Now we're pink.
I'll be right back to take over.
When David leaves, then I'll see. I don't know. I guess it's good. Yeah, David's acting like a ham tonight. Alright. The globe gif is trippy. It is a little trippy, true. Alright, going back here. Say hi. Alright. Need pineapple and fire to roast the pork. Oh man. Chicken? No, Mad Dog was in here and now he's hanging out with his brother. His brother, he said, Sarah, say hi to my brother. I think it was Keith or something. And so I said hi to him and I said, now you'll either say, Mad Dog, you're cray-cray, or Mad Dog, you're okay. Because he's hanging out with me all the time. Hi, Connie. Alright. That's pretty cool. Welcome to Cold War Light. I was just checking these. You want to use Jedi tricks on me? Ooh, fun. Thank you, Rob. David's gonna get roasted. Alright, let me see if I can take off my top. I have to do one thing first. Actually, I'll do that later. When I come back in. More makeup? I probably should let them see what she did for her makeup. You can say, hello, Princess Leia. And I can say, thank you, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You are our only hope to save the Empire. Lots more makeup. Oh, you're giving me a picture? Oh, that's pretty good. Alright, thank you for saving our picture. You thought I was going to take off my shirt? Yeah. Alright, view image, save image as... And I'll save this as... pics. Images, Sarah, and I call it Halloween 2016. I put a J. Halloween 2016. Save. Alright, thank you. I saved that. Good. Wow, cool Lady Anthrax. That must have been a lot there to get all those. Princess Leia quotes. Ooh, thank you, chat room celebrity. Oops, that's an error. Blogger had an error on that one. Ah, Dr. Mao, that's pretty funny. Yes, it's been fun.
All right, it reminds me of these guys that get these perfect haircuts and they look like hell. You know, it's like, hi, I got the perfect haircut, but I look like hell.
Yes.
Hi, hey, I've seen guys at clubs walking around like this. Hey, good looking. You're looking good.
It's like, oh God, keep that.
You know, with their little bit of hair coming out of here.
Of course, they would have one more button than buttons.
I know, but I don't want to show you my massive chest muscles.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Rump, here you go. You got a screen grab for me? Let me see. Oh my gosh, we made a screen grab for us. Isn't that special, Sarah? Look at that.
Yeah, I saved it already.
Pork for all. That's so sweet.
I should actually look at the camera and smile, and then you could do a screen grab.
Well, you look great in that picture because, in general, I mean, your man boobs? Are you saying I have man boobs? David looks like a crap. You know, I like the fact that I have an endless smile. You know,
because it pulls up your thing.
Yeah, well, people say I have an extremely large upper lip, and this way, the expanded nose gives me the ability to not have a lip at all. And they always complain about me not having eyebrows, and I think I've got some nice eyebrows now.
Now you have some nice eyebrows. Well, you have some evident eyebrows.
Evident. Okay, any other questions? I'll be putting a costume on as well, yes. Oh, you have another one? Disco Dave. I want to be a Disco Dave. Oh, look at that.
That's better.
That's better. And it shows me in my true form. Porked out.
Yes.
You know, we had a pork fest up here.
Here, I'm going to save this.
Okay. You know, we had a pork fest up here that was fantastic. We have one of the best pork fests in the entire world. I consider the pork fest in our area exemplary. And we can go around from booth to booth and get free pork. And I'm not kidding.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing.
You just walk up and they'll hand you because they all compete to see who smokes the pork the best.
And then you get to vote. You're a judge.
Yeah. So, it's pretty cool. Okay, John Podesta's best friend at the DOJ will be in charge of the DOJ's probe into Uma Abedin. Can you imagine?
That's one I used to play when I leave the room.
Okay,
Ready?
yeah, okay. Sarah's going to be back later. Thank you so much, Sarah. Well, we're going to have a pretty good show tonight, I think. You know, I've got my coffee. I'm all set. And I've got my satanic medallion. I don't know what that... I got it for 10 cents at Rite Aid. Or was it Walgreens? I'm not sure. Okay. Thank you so much for coming in, everybody. Let's take a look at this story. John Podesta's best friend at the DOJ will be in charge of the DOJ's probe into Uma Abedin's emails. Now that the FBI has obtained the needed warrant to start poring over the 650,000 or so emails uncovered in Anthony Weiner's notebook. 650,000 emails. Can you imagine how many emails that is? 650,000. Do you really think that this is a nice wig? I do too. I think it's kind of cool. Let's see if I look like Joan Rivers. I have a video of her talking 1.5 months before she was killed. I mean, died. Yeah. Melissa Rivers sued the Yorkville Clinic to help her mom. Here she is.
And do you think that the country will see the United States will see the first gay president or the first
We
woman
already
president?
have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
You know Michelle is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
Look at that. You know what that is? Yeah, I know what that is. That is a penis. Wow. Yeah, you saw it? Did you see it, Beavis? Yeah. People say I look a lot like Beavis. A Beavis and Butthead, you know, fame.
I don't know why they yeah, I don't know why they think that. I don't know.
You seem to like looking like a penis? No, I don't. I'm sorry, am I dripping? Sometimes if I can't close my upper lip, I have a hard time holding liquid into my mouth, into my pie hole.
Of course.
So, we've got very little going on tonight, just a lot of sharing of information. Yeah. My sister's going to make a cameo appearance. I'm trying to minimize the excitement of just having a show like this. We're building a wall. We're going to make that wall so big that, well, it's going to be bigger than any wall ever. If Hillary Clinton is charged with obstruction of justice, she could go to prison for 20 years. As she should, I think. Yep. Let's read this. Let's read it together. We just finished reading John Podesta's email story. It's going to be huge. It's going to be huge. It's going to be... We're building a wall. We're building a wall. We're building a wall.
Can I have this stuff on the stove?
That's yours. I made you a little chicken and a couple pieces of tater. I like them taters. I like taters and mustard. My baby brother was in a shoebox. I like the way you talk to you. Sling Blade, everybody. Sling Blade. Yeah, remember that one? Oh, you're really hot on the... Man, you're fast, Kool-Aid Day crap. Look at how fast he was. Yep. Who's going to pay for the wall? Mexico is going to pay for the wall. Who's going to pay for the wall? Mexico. Well, are you going to ask President Nieto? Well, I didn't do that, he said. Hey, well, I'm tired of dealing with the past. You know, let's talk about the future and how we don't really have anybody really good to run for president. Wouldn't you rather talk about that? Ludicrous Dave, thank you for coming in. Wow, that's fantastic. You know, if you can't get a guy who can joke about himself, you don't have a guy who can joke about himself. You know, it's really important to have that. Epic, yeah. We're building a wall. We're building a wall. We'll be playing music from the Donald Trump Place Boing library tonight. We'll be doing a lot of that stuff. Welcome to this kinky and wild. If you're wondering if this is like a line on me, it's just one of those relaxed chains. I did a double thing on this chain. It's part of my survival pack. I keep a chain around. Okay. In the world of politics, the cover-up is often worse than the original show. We're building a wall. What the hell was that? The original crime. It was his role in the Watergate cover-up that took down Richard Nixon. And how Hillary Clinton's cover-up of her email scandal could send her to prison for a very, very long time. When news broke that the FBI had renewed its investigation into Hillary Clinton's emails, it sent shockwaves throughout the political world. But this time around, we aren't just talking about an investigation into the mishandling of classified documents. I haven't heard anyone talking about this. But if the FBI discovers that Hillary Clinton altered, destroyed, or concealed any emails that should have been turned over to the FBI during the original investigation, she could be charged with obstruction of justice. Yeah. Pink Floyd is building a wall. We don't need no education. Reminds me of the song. I know. We're building a wall. Okay. I have not seen a single news report mentioning the phrase obstruction of justice yet, but I'm convinced that there's a very good chance that this is where the scandal is heading. The following is the relevant part of the federal statute that deals with obstruction of justice. Whether knowingly altering, destroyed, mutilating, or concealed, cover up, falsified, or make a false entry into any record, document, or tangible object with the intent to impede, restrict, or influence investigation or proper administration of any matter within the jurisdiction of any department of agency of the United States, or any case filed under the title 11, or in relation to the contemplation of any such matter or law, shall be fined under this title in prison not more than 20 years, or both. That was in our Constitution. What do you mean, who wrote that? Probably Thomas Jefferson, I don't know. One of them there framers of the Constitution, you know. The dollar bill dude might have wrote that thing. You know who the dollar bill dude is, don't you? I want everyone to know that if you criticize me in the media, I will have you lashed with a wet noodle. Based on the Constitution here. That's what Donald Trump wants to punish anybody who criticizes him in the media. Isn't that funny? That's why none of this is in reference to Donald Trump at all. The eyebrows are a kefir. People have been saying, David, you need eyebrows? We're going to give you eyebrows. And I went to my mirror today and I said, mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the ugliest of them all? And I would have to say Donald. Rump, that is. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Pork Fest Halloween Special with me, Mr. Rump. Stortathon Extravaganza. We're building a wall. 10 cents, yeah. Pretty good, huh? And the shirt cost me only $4.99 at the local thrift store.
Wait.
Yeehaw! Yeah, I'm having a little problem with an update on my Windows 8. I didn't take on Windows 10 because I keep thinking the government through Facebook and is spying on everybody. Well, it turns out I found out something that was quite shocking, and that is Mark Zuckerberg could very well be the grandson of David Rockefeller. Dun, 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 dun. That's where he got that $500 million from the CIA to start Facebook. I bet you didn't know about that, huh? Well, I'll give you a little link to Project Avalon, which is talking about this. Yep, you heard about it? Apparently, Jacob Rothschild Jr., or the fifth, apparently was arrested, and people have done facial recognition comparisons to determine if he is indeed Mark Zuckerberg with an eye job. And it turns out it looks like he could be. And the word Zuckerberg, I did a trace on Genio, and there is no actual family by the name of Zuckerberg. But technically, there's a Sponheim family all the way dating back to the 600 AD. I've traced it. I've done all my own traces. Hey, everybody, welcome to the show. Oh, I said that already? Okay, forget welcome to the show. You're here. Let's do something. I'm an idiot? I'm doing an impersonation show of Mr. Rump, okay? Is that okay with you, you freak? I never was in Kosovo. I told you that. Windows 8 is an operating system for tablets. Why are you running that on a desktop? Well, I'm running on a laptop because it was bundled with Windows 8, and frankly, I don't think we should have Windows 10 on there. There's no Rump family either. So there's no Zuckerberg family, and there's no Rump family. And I've chosen a name that is very devoid of connections to family roots, except the family of the Illuminati. Yeah. Did you hear that? Yeah. I know. Hey, did I play a little of that video on pigs? All right. Well, if you don't care, I'll play a little bit more. This is my family, the family of pigs. The people that are so greedy they want to be president.
This auction represents just a tiny part of the pig business. In Britain, we eat over 800,000 tonnes of pork and bacon every year, and rare breeds contribute just a fraction of that.
It's lot 66. And again, at 16.
So they have a regular auction house for pigs in England. They sell them on the open market. It's pretty amazing. I have 185 IQ. Test me on any one subject. I'll be glad to go right out at the subject and answer every single question. If you would only come up with a question, I could answer it. But you don't come up with any questions, so I don't have any questions to answer. You see what I'm saying? It's a logical paradox.
Why not?
So ask me a question.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Well, ask me a question.
Right away.
Jeez. Okay, let's get back to the music. This next piece is called Mechanize. Or no, Plea. No, Thin Mind. No, Mechanize. No, Plea. Thank you, Sister Fight, for all this great Halloween music. You're awesome. Exclusive leaked images show illegals casually strolling across an open border. Wow. Yeah. I don't think there's anything scarier than seeing an illegal in your bathroom. Yeah, Mr. Rump, she knows my name. Thank you. Thank you. You want to come in and try? She's making a trip into the show. Well, no, this is just a show. It's called it's Halloween night. I mean, spooky Halloween.
What difference at this point does anything make?
Dude, that's good.
What difference?
At this point does it make?
I need my teeth.
Yeah, here we go.
I think I look pretty much like her.
What difference at this point does it make? She's got some teeth. Don't choke on these. Be careful. You look a lot like her. Wow.
Well, at least the lower half.
The lower half, I think we're related or something. Wouldn't that be something? We're related to Hillary?
What difference at this point does it make?
That's great.
What difference at this point does this make? Or this, or this, or anything?
But Hillary, I'm building a wall.
A wall?
A
around
wall.
me?
Around everything.
Around me? You're going to have to build a wall around me or I'll be indicted.
Well, sure, you will have a wall around you when you are indicted, Hillary. It's just a matter of time. You look good with that.
That's me turning my hair out.
You don't...
I have to say, you have a good impersonation going on.
She does.
Yeah.
At this point, what difference does it make?
At this point, does anything make?
What difference at this point?
What about a third world war? That doesn't make any difference either.
You're right. I'm upstaging you. Come on in, Hillary. Yeehaw!
Oh, Mr. Rump, I'm so honored to be in your presence.
Well, I've been called a misogynist, but I've never massaged anynists.
No, you haven't, especially on any bluebirds.
I've never done massaging. How do you massage people when you walk up to them? Do you touch their body parts? I mean, how do you become a misogynist?
Well, with me and Huma, we have a whole story.
Oh, tell me about it, Hillary.
Goes back when she's 17. I get him young. I get him as young as 9 years old, actually. That's the latest.
Now, Huma, I understand, is a lesbian, along with married to Anthony Weiner. Is that correct?
What's wrong with lesbians?
Well, that's the point. I mean, Hillary may very well be a lesbian. We don't know.
Yeah, because as far as I'm concerned, everybody's okay. Everybody.
Everybody's okay.
I mean, even the worst possible pedophile's okay.
Did you hear that? She's awesome.
I broke my tooth.
Who wrote the copy for this?
I think I broke my tooth. I broke just a little piece. I'll be very careful.
Oh, no, you can throw it out. I don't care. We're getting rid of it.
Well, even the worst pedophile is probably okay in my book. Because, after all, I'm okay, right? You're going to vote for me, right?
I'm okay. You're indicted. Britain is not England. I know that. Excuse me for a second. Hold on, please. Let me stop the music.
What? Do you want to hear the Queen?
Someone just said that Britain is not England. You are so right, sir.
Okay, Britain is
She
not
said take
England.
the teeth out. Yeah, take the teeth out. We'll hear what you say. You've got better teeth anyway.
What about the Queen? What don't you like about the Queen?
Well, actually, my sister is a voice-over expert on dialects, and she knows that I do the worst English accent in the world.
You sound rather good, actually.
Oh, really? Well, thank you so much. I had no idea. I've been working on my English impersonation.
Well, suddenly Hillary has been hanging around with the Queen, so she's picked up a more posh accent. So I'm more posh tonight. So what about Britain? Britain is actually encompasses, I believe, the whole United Kingdom, doesn't it?
Well, I do believe it does, yes.
But the Irish wouldn't want to know that. They wouldn't want to be told that Britain is Ireland. Of course, Ireland is very separate from Britain.
That's so
but
true.
It doesn't keep the bankers from robbing Britain blind or robbing Ireland blind, which
Very
they've done.
true, yeah.
What difference at this point does any of that
What
make?
difference at this point does it
Who
make?
cares?
What difference?
That's better than my laugh.
Oh, she's good. You're good, too. Now, I want to say that my sister got me all these cool little things for our show. And
I sure did.
I sure did.
Certainly.
Yes. And we even have robots on board who can respond to your interactive chat tonight.
Watch it, Will Robinson.
Oh, that's good.
Watch it.
That's good.
And then we have this, which is...
I think a more flat look for Hillary's better.
No, I like that. The mask looks very good on
It goes
you.
back this far, but it should stay like this.
Yes.
No one is ever safe on this hostile planet.
No!
Oh, what's that from, Monty Python?
No, it's actually from the Lost in Space. It's remember when he?
Oh yes.
Warning,
Warning!
Mr. Robinson.
Were you old
Warning.
enough to remember?
I watched that show, man.
Did you?
I got
really?
down. Yeah,
I wonder what you were doing in the other room.
I was watching all the shows that you didn't want to watch.
I was out trying to have a laugh.
All right, everybody, we're having fun on Halloween. My sister's here. We're doing Danger, Will Robinson, Danger. William, Mr. Robinson, why are you such a coward?
Jag, is the Pope a Catholic?
What difference does any of that make anyway?
But I just tell them I'm rapping. Just go along.
Well, they're weird. I mean, if you can keep the teeth, I got it for 10 cents.
You know, I have to realize I'm going to have to learn how to retract the new land. Because once Bill is, goes to that great, huge pedophile plane in the sky.
You think that Bill? You think that if we found out that Bill had sex with a young child, which could happen, there was a reveal by Anonymous that there would be a video showing Bill having sex with a 13-year-old.
Well, sad.
Now, I haven't seen that. That's Anonymous
I don't have a
lie.
conscience, so I don't think that's sad at all. I have no conscience.
Well,
It doesn't
whatever.
hurt me.
But I'm very concerned about it personally, on a personal note, not to make fun of it, but it is really weird that story hasn't propagated, and yet it was supposed to be a big story this week.
But you know, we have paid our media people really well.
You have to step a little closer, because
We have paid our media people really well. They all live a life of luxury, but that's soon going to end when the right person gets into office. Whoever that is, Mr. Sponheim.
yeah, right, exactly.
Mr. Sponheim for president.
The hope springs eternal here at Pork for All.
That's right. So everything's going to end. They're not going to have their cushy lives anymore, those media people, and everybody's going to look to independent media.
Now we got a chat room celebrity has 5 creepy songs. Let's go ahead and drop out of the song we're listening to and listen to 5 creepy songs. This should be fun.
I don't think they can recognize me.
Sounds, excuse me. No, you're fine. Connie is Dave okay? Yeah, Dave's doing great.
Dave has never breathed better in his life. He's got 4 nostrils.
Let's listen to this there. Creepy sounds.
Is this a scary sound?
Picked up on sleep recordings.
I've heard of the sleep recording apps, the ones that allow you to capture any sleep talking you may do throughout the night. They are great fun.
Some of the stuff you say is pretty funny. But what if you listen back the next morning, only to hear something that doesn't sound right?
Yeah, this is
What
creepy
if you're alone
sounds.
that night, yet there are 2 voices being picked up whilst you are sound asleep?
Let's see that.
Now, before I begin with these unexplained sleep recordings, I'm in no way saying they are paranormal, alien, or any other unexplained beings voicing themselves.
This is
because
weird.
they can be so easily
This is
faked.
spooky.
But the people who posted them want some explanations and seem pretty convincing in their stories.
Thank you, chat room celebrity.
So grab some headphones, sit back.
Well,
and enjoy.
let's listen to this. First one.
The Chicago Roar. This next recording was sent to a paranormal channel by a man living in Chicago, who, along with his family, had been experiencing lots of what they believed was paranormal activity around their home. Things such as waking up at night to see shadow figures in the one man's room, to hearing scratching and knocking coming from the bedroom doors. But as well as these experiences, the whole family heard footsteps coming from the upstairs bedrooms when they sat downstairs. And after going to investigate, no animals were ever found or linked to the sounds.
Okay.
Possible paranormal activity aside, the man decided to set up a sleep recorder, not intending to capture anything other than the app's intention of seeing if he talks in his sleep. But at some time during the night, a loud, pretty disturbing sound can be heard, along with another strange noise sometime after. He or his family do not know what it is and want an explanation, so take a listen and see what you think.
Who's going to give them an explanation?
Wow, what's this? This is intense. Whoa! You hear that? That's me at the toilet.
Now, when trying to figure out where the sound came from, the family are all out of ideas. It's not known if they live close to a road, but it is possible that it could have been something driving past, although it doesn't really sound like that. Despite the believed paranormal activity, the family did not come out and claim that it's related to the strange activity in their house. But they do not know what it is and are looking for some theories. What's yours?
My theory is...
This next sound was posted anonymously in 2014 on a site called Above Top Secret, and came with a short story of a man whose neighbour had been complaining of loud noises coming from his apartment in the middle of the night. Curious as to what they were talking about, he set up a recorder and confirmed what his neighbour had been hearing on a few separate nights. Take a listen.
It's a bear. He says I'm a bear. Put something in front of the screen.
At first, he thought the sound could be him talking in his sleep, but realised he doesn't seem to be the only one talking. And even creepier, they seem to be talking in a different language that he cannot recognise or speak. Now, this could be him mumbling, but that doesn't explain what he thinks is a second voice. The man says he was alone during all of the recordings and doesn't know what to make of it, but is pretty creeped out. What's your theories?
Could be a ETB.
My theory is that number 3 could be even worse. Hey, this is really interesting. You know, have you ever heard stories that go bump in the night? Because this is a Halloween story. You know, in our family, we come Native Americans, our Algonquin tribal family. Although I've never spent any time with the Algonquin, my mother and my sister and I have always known that we have a little Algonquin in us, about this size. No, but seriously, we've got 1/32 Algonquin. A long, long time ago, we had a grandmother who was Algonquin Indian. And we have always felt that there's some sort of a spiritual connection, and intergenerationally. And I would like to talk about psychic phenomenon tonight. Tonight is kind of a Halloween.
Psychophenomenon. It's right here. Psychophenomenon.
Psychophenomenon. So we had a mother who was amazingly clairvoyant and had a lot of experiences in her life that were dramatically weird and unexplainable. And we never discussed our mother on the show, but do you have any memories of Mom's ability to foresee things that you stand out in your mind? Or should I just go into my little history lesson?
I just remember that one time when we were in the trailer.
Now, this was before I was born, but...
I think you were with Dad, and you both crossed the river to see that family that had
Was
drowned.
I with him? Okay.
Half of the family had drowned.
Okay, my mother had a dream. Was it a day before?
She said it was the night before, but she told us about it the day before. So
Right.
it must have been two nights before.
2 nights before, she was traveling across country, and she had a dream of a drowning. And sure enough, 2 days later, our trailer pulled up next to a river embankment, and there was a commotion going on, and sure enough, there was a drowning going on. A father went in for his daughter or son, and I believe that he died as well, and the son died. Is that right?
The son and the father died, but the
Right.
mother and the daughter survived.
Right.
Because there was a sand, what's called it's an undertow with a sandbar.
Yeah.
And it's the Snake River in California.
Snake River in
So
California.
I walked the little girl across the embankment and walked her over to the car to be led into the car.
And you remember it. Wow.
And I was the one that was walking the little girl. There were no, people to help this family, except the police were there making a report on the deaths of the family, but nobody to help the family that's left, So I don't know where the mother was, but I was walking the daughter to the car. That's all I remember.
Yeah. Well, that was a real event, and my mom really did have a dream, and she told the whole family about it 2 days before it happened. So you've got to wonder, how is this explainable except through the ability of psychic perception?
Mm-hmm. Well, we're all telepathic. We just have to develop it.
Right.
We all have undeveloped telepathy. We just have to develop it. And the ETBEs will tell you that. That's the extraterrestrial biological entities. Now, the ETBEs are living on the Earth. They're all over the Earth, but we don't know who they are. Wait a minute. There's one right now.
There's an ETB right there.
Hi. What difference does that make anyway?
But I don't necessarily believe in aliens.
No, nothing I say is what David believes.
No, but we all have different views, and there's no reason to not discuss psychic phenomenon on Halloween. Now, I've got some ghost stories that'll blow your mind.
This guy says how annoying. You're both conspiracy theorists, and yet he's watching the show.
I know.
It's like,
I'm not a
how
conspiracy
annoying,
theorist.
but I'm watching the show.
I'm not a conspiracy theorist at all. I've never had any theories at all. Conspiracies.
That's my mind opening.
Very close-minded, very open. One of the all-time conspiracy theories out there was John F. Kennedy and the death of JFK. And everyone, even John Kerry, has openly stated that he felt that JFK had been shot by somebody more than one person. John Kerry, our Secretary of State dude. And
7 assassins.
yeah, there could have been 7 different assassins, and if there's a great movie that we'll play later tonight called JFK to 9/11, it's all a rich man's trick. Everything's a rich man's trick, and it's one of the best movies ever. It's going to be played tonight in our late night show. But this is the intro to it, and
certainly will be nothing like what we are taught in school, had changed the course of human history.
And he goes into detail about the JFK assassination and how 7 different mob groups had a targeted hit against John F. Kennedy, that fateful date he died. Now, I was just a little boy, and I remember it, and everyone around me was crying, and we were experiencing the loss of hope in our country. I don't know if you've ever heard or felt the feeling of loss of hope in your personal life. Many of you felt it when the Challenger went down. But yeah, we'll be playing that later on in the evening.
We had great hope, and then it was diminished. I wouldn't say it was totally lost because it was diminished, but ever since then, we've been fighting cartel after cartel after cartel. I think that's been in office, but
Right.
that's just me.
And then you get a guy like Trump who is deeply connected to mobsters in New York, and you wondered, can we trust him? Can we trust a person who's interwrapped in the mobster community, because he's worked with these people to get his hotels built, and he's got all kinds of references out there on him. And I know our country deserves somebody who's not falling into that category. Instrumental transcommunication is the name given to activity of getting the phenomenon of electronic voices and images of spirits. Spirit photography obtained with electronic equipment. The quality of the photos of the spirits are dependent on the environment. It is identical for getting the phenomenon of electronic voices of the spirits in EVP. Right. Now, Scissor Fight's done a lot of research on, I'm switching gears now back to phenomenon, But Scissorfight's done a lot of research on the idea of electronic communications producing strange, weird visuals as well as audio. So it's very interesting to know that we don't understand a layer of this dimension that we live in. The third dimension is just one of the many dimensions we live in. Many of us don't understand. My sister's alluding to the possibility of alien involvement. Is that right?
Yes, but that's just my belief system. And
That's fine.
we are dealing with dementia right here. Dementia, sounds the same to me. But what difference does any of that make?
Well, I thought the show would be scarier too. I didn't really think that we'd be talking
I'll
about...
take off my mask.
Whoa! I didn't think we were talking about ghosts. Yeah, you can take off your mask. It's totally cool. I'm going to make it scarier. Let me make...
One of the things that we love to do when
Watch
working out
this.
and warming up or some ball, and we're going to do several methods.
There's nothing scarier
We're
than
using
watching
that
Michelle
movement to
Obama
add
work out.
explosiveness to the quads or to your legs. So what we'll do is we'll take the bench, we will go from a standing position, explode up on top of the bench into a squat, and then come back.
Yeah, man, she's in good shape. He is in good shape.
We're not afraid to lift weights. This
He's
is
in
an
good
incline
shape.
bench exercise, which
Got a little package packed away.
Do you believe that Michelle is a tranny?
Just call me Joan Rivers.
No,
Yeah,
seriously.
she's a tranny.
Do you?
She's a
Okay.
tranny.
Well,
I'm
could
Joan
you-
Rivers.
We just had Joan Rivers on here. Let's see.
Oh my God.
Hang on,
Scary.
let's see if we get a
There's your
a
scary
match.
for tonight. That's
You
your
want
right.
scary? We just had a cameo of her talking about the situation. Let me see if
Poor
I can get.
Joan. 2 weeks later, she was gone.
You look a lot like Joan Rivers. You know, have you ever considered possibly?
Yeah, I could do an impersonation, darling. I have to get the whole voice. You know, I'd have to really duplicate the voice. That would take a while.
Yeah, it would.
Then I could go on the road, and I could be Joan Rivers on the road.
And do you think that the country will see the United States will see the first gay president or the first woman
We already
president?
have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
You know Michelle is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
Transgender.
Look at
We
this.
all know.
Oh,
Oh my gosh.
She lost. She forgot she was supposed to talk about
Look at this. Look at zoom in on this. Look at this. Can you see this?
Yes, I can. I think I've seen this one.
Do you see it dangling?
Yes, I do. And she's supposed to have herself all packed away there, so she doesn't have that problem. It's called a
1.5 months.
Called a cup or something.
1.5 months later, Joan Rivers died. It wasn't 2 days later. It was 1.5 months
No,
later.
it was 2 weeks later. I thought.
Yeah, 1.5 months later. In fact, Sarah and I were in the room talking about it, and we said, you know, in about a month and a half, she'll be dead. And it was like we were psychic. Sarah and I were both on camera saying 1.5 months later, and 1.5 months later, she died. It's like we knew something that we just tuned in on that psychic hatred that's out there for people. You said it too, yeah. I remember that when you said it. Guess 768-0149-1002. Ooh.
We didn't want Joan to live. We wanted Joan to live. Because she was the one that talked about all the Hollywood stuff. I don't know.
Now here's leaked images showing illegals casually strolling across our border, Connie, and I know that you take it seriously.
They're pouring in because he's going to build a wall, so they're pouring in.
Yeah. We're building a wall. Now the wall idea was my fence idea, at a 1,000-mile fence idea in 2008. Donald took it in 2014 and ran with it as his idea. So, and when asked who's going to pay for it, he never looked at our way of paying for it, which was to use prison labor that will be rotated along the border, and we'll give them their freedom after they work for about 3 months building the fence. We won't be able to build a wall. It's impossible.
You heard what Obama's done to Joe Arpaio, haven't you?
Yeah, tell me about that. What do you know about it? Because you're a font of information. Let's listen to that.
Well, they're trying to get rid of Joe, as you know, and he's 84 years old, or he's either 84 or 88,
Yeah.
and he's been putting, the people in detention. He's been putting them in pink underwear and having them ride bicycles to get their
Right.
TV going, which
So
is
I've
very
heard,
reasonable,
yeah.
and giving them bologna sandwiches, which is reasonable, because they give bologna sandwiches in jail. That's what
Yeah.
you eat. You eat bologna sandwiches.
So Joe Arpaio, you're defending a guy who
Joe
does
has
that.
been
Okay.
doing the right thing and
All
all
right.
along.
Yeah.
But Obama doesn't like it because it keeps the illegals from coming in the country and then more Democratic votes. So
That's
so
his
all
game,
I can
yeah.
say is that they're indicting him. They're trying to get him into the courtroom, and they're trying to get him into jail. So I think he's looking at possibly 2 years in a jail, and that'll kill him because he's an older man. And I think there's a 2-year possibility here, but I have to find out why. I think it wasn't having to do with racism or prejudice or something like that. It was having to do with something else. So just look into it. Joe Arpaio, he's a good guy. He's trying to help the country and he's trying to follow the law. All he's doing is following the law.
Right.
And our border agents have been prevented from following the law. They've been told, hands off, just stay back. And even the Oath Keepers sit there and say, well, we're just keeping watch, and we just report any indiscretions or whatever. And those are just the Oath Keeper and some of the militia groups or, their groups that sit there. So they're pouring over the border. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, but I understand the feds have gone after him in many different ways to stop his activities. But it's ironic that according to the cold case posse, as Donald Trump called them, they found out that there was more than enough information to say that Barack Obama was born in Kenya. And Joe Arpaio is part of that cold case posse.
There you go.
It's interesting to note that Donald Trump has now reversed his position and believes that Barack Obama was born in the U.S. now.
I think he's doing it for a while. I think he's going to reverse it again.
I don't think so. I think a man who flip-flops is a man who flip-flops. So in honest deference to the reality of flip-flopping and what Donald Trump has been doing, I think it's only right that I play a little tribute song to the essence of flipping, all right?
The essence of it almost sounds like a perfume.
Yeah.
I'm dabbing on the essence of flipping.
The essence of flipping. Ladies and gentlemen,
midnight in...
I bring you the theme song from Flipper.
Flipper.
Yes, I did.
They call him Flipper, faster than lightning. No one you see is smarter than he. And we know Flipper lives in a world full of wonder, lying there under the sea.
We have a very good little story about Flipper that my sister could tell you again, if you don't mind.
Well, Luke, the young boy, the blonde boy, came to bid him his last goodbyes because he knew that he had to carry on with his Hollywood career or whatever he's doing. Maybe he's selling real estate. But then Flipper, they had a couple of Flippers, but the main one said goodbye, however dolphins say goodbye. And then he turned and went down to the bottom.
And he drowned himself.
And that was the end, because he wanted to be around people. He had loved people so much. He knew that this was the goodbye, that he might be working with trainers or he might just be fed.
So Flipper killed himself.
And well, they need to have their brains stimulated, like a border collie. If you don't stimulate the brains of the higher animals, mammals, then you have a problem. I've seen border collies just attacking their owners' feet and legs because they weren't doing anything to play with them.
Yeah.
Because they need to have the brain stimulated. Like a good wife, she needs her brain stimulated. So talk to your women, guys, okay?
Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of stimulation going on. Many people don't realize that pork and pigs require a great deal of stimulation. And when you're a really greedy pig, you need more and more money. And that's called stimulation.
Did you say I was in this?
No, I never said that. They make up stories about this. They make up stories that I say things that you look at it and then you think, oh gosh.
Okay.
You can't believe anything. David, you've become Donald J.
Yes, nevermore, nevermore. We're gonna read The Raven tonight. Nevermore, never. I know. Miss Clinton. Nevermore.
We have a story.
The Clinton cartel. Nevermore.
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 Can we talk about this story? Exclusive leaked images. Now these have leaked all over the place, and they're made a terrible mess.
Oh.
And I guess they're going to have to clean these images up because they're leaking. Okay. But the series of leaked images reveal how groups of illegal immigrants continue to flow over the Texas border in unprecedented numbers. The lack of physical barrier and the real border security allows human smugglers and their cargo to simply wade across the shallow waters of the Rio Grande. These are leaked images of a leaky situation.
Well, when you consider, here's what Hillary would say. When you consider all the gangs in L.A., what difference does any of this make?
What difference at this point does it make?
In LA and Phoenix, who cares?
I don't have any ex-gay lovers because I'm not gay. Yeah, I don't know. Let's watch this video.
Here.
Yeah,
we're
we're
not
very
that
gay and
We're happy.
frolicky. Yeah, I mean,
We're happy.
here we go.
Oh, Breitbart.
Here is a leaked image. You notice how leaky it is? Here we are watching a leaked
Sure
image.
it's not a setup? Maybe somebody staged this.
Show some respect, Kool-Aid.
Rio Grande. They're going into the Rio Grande. It's very cold. Muy cold. Muy frijito. What do you say?
Frijito.
Frijito.
Muy frijito.
Frijito. You know, I love Mexican food like the next.
Let's listen to the Mexicans cross the border illegally, okay, please? Thank you. Yeah, why don't you put some sharks in that water?
We're going to listen.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm dominating my own conversation. Can you squeal like a pig? Suey, suey. Es no muy bueno, García.
These are illegal aliens moving up with
Oh, sí.
extraterrestrial aliens.
Oh, sí, eso
They're going to meet up and they're both going to become a problem for whoever's going to get into office here. Where's David's mask? We need David's mask.
Here, let me put my Donald Trump mask on.
Hello, Mr. Trump. I mean, Mr. Trump.
Why am I watching a bunch of Mexicans swimming in the water?
Because they're just going to get into the gangs in LA. What difference does it make?
What difference at this point does it make?
They're just going to get into the gangs and have a good old time in LA and cause the cops a lot of
Hey,
problems.
check out what Morgoth just said to me right now.
And kill more Americans.
Check this out, man. Check this out. Morgoth just said, why haven't you tanned your face? Alright?
Tan? Well, is Trump tan?
Well, no, I'm just saying. I mean, I can take this all the way up to here and look like I got jaundice, man. I mean, y'all can... Oh, yeah, that's the new look, yeah?
Oh, orange for
See?
Halloween. Orange for
We're all orange now. Alright? See, y'all feel better now? Alright, babe?
Orange is their color. What else is Breitbart?
Greetings,
have to say?
Kimosabe. You know, many people do not know that our family in the Algonquin tribe used to dress in
I was
blackface.
going to say, I think my mother is a teller of tales.
No, she speak with forked tongue.
White men speak with forked
White man speak with forked tongue.
That's white men speak.
White man speak with forked tongue. What are you going? It sounds like a Three Stooges gag.
It's really like this.
Well, I will show you a little taste of our ancestral history. Take a look at this guy right here. This is a Native American Algonquin.
Wow.
And he was a Native American Algonquin was taken a picture of, and this was back in the time when the Native Americans said that if you take their picture, you take their spirit. So apparently, I've taken their spirit.
The Amish too. The Amish feel the same way.
Welcome to Halloween special extravaganza.
These are three of the most frightening figures you'll ever see.
So when I heard that I had a Native American ancestry, it occurred to me that I really needed to know more about what they did ritualistically, and I found out that one of their rituals was to dress in blackface. So just like this person is dressed in blackface, that's not a natural color. So when I did my blackface impersonation, I was thinking of a lot of things, along with freedom of speech and making fun of the worst president in the history of mankind. But also, giving people a chance to, understand that everybody has a right to speak out.
How has he increased our debt? Talk about that.
Okay, well, as soon as I get... Donald Trump has increased our debt tremendously by borrowing money.
But let's talk about the man in office here, the community organizer in chief.
Yeah. Well, basically, he spent $8.1 trillion over budget since he... $8.8 trillion since he became president.
And how many golf games? 1,800, right? 1,800 golf games.
I don't know. He plays 300 rounds of golf with himself. This guy is the worst president we ever had. And I did the blackface video to impersonate him. And it shocked me that so many liberals...
Can I do my impersonation?
So many liberals...
phone?
I just want to finish this conversation that I'm having with myself. So many liberals believe that you're not allowed to speak out at all on any issue, otherwise you're a racist. And you can't make fun of Barack Obama or you're a racist. You can't question your... So in other words, the liberals are just as bad as the Republicans, who now think that if you question Donald Trump, you need to be arrested. This is the kind of draconian world that we're seeing develop right now in our world, in our country.
It's manipulation, Dave.
Yeah.
Anybody who calls anybody a racist
Right.
is manipulating them.
Mhm.
And the leftists, or the social justice warriors,
Yep.
they love to manipulate you so that you will come to their side, and they have no interest in any valid argument that is intelligent.
Yeah.
It's all emotional and name calling. And I married somebody like that, and I know what that's like.
Well, let's not get into a personal life. I'd rather not talk about my personal life. Would you like to talk about my personal
It's
life?
gone. Nobody will remember it again.
We have another music little bit on tap here from Scissor Fight for the Halloween. It's called Mechanize.
Is it spooky?
Well, this is called Plea. This is called Mechanize. I'm losing it. Hold on. I'm just playing it off the board here. Incinerates looks good. Mechanize. Here we go. I'm going to do Incinerate instead. And part of the Incinerate song I will play is Fire. Fire! Do-do-do!
That's an ancient
Here we go. No, this is called Incinerate. That's pretty intense, man. Almost as intense as Batman. Wow, it's scary.
It's not scaring me very much.
It hasn't. Well, what if I brought you into the bowels of hell?
I don't like horror films.
Well, this isn't a horror film. This is the future of evil.
Now, when I was down there, I saw a vat of fire. Huge vat
She was
of
in
fire
hell.
with liquid boiling hot lava and God's eternal judgment. And I saw demons laughing and
You sound like the Pope. The Pope said that the hell doesn't exist.
What's the Pope saying that hell doesn't exist? They base their whole religion on
You didn't
hell
know?
existing.
No. Pope Francis recently said that the hell does not exist. Yeah.
That's scary. I'm scared.
Are you getting scared yet?
And I'll come back after I have a brief snack.
Thanks. Pork for all, everybody. Come on into the show. We're having a
Pork snack.
pork snack, and we're listening to some really best show on Von Line ever. Music from Scissor Fight. You know, one of the reasons why I made tonight a tribute to pork is to pretty much drive everybody away from two different cultures, the Muslims and the Zionists. As you know, I'm not a Muslim and I'm not a Zionist. Yeah. Day of the life of the NYPD. And I think a lot of us are feeling the same way. We don't want to be supporting the work of evil worldwide leaders like the Rothschilds trying to control the future of mankind. Knock, knock. Wow, you live in Nevada? I thought you lived in the East Coast. I'm surprised. You live in Nevada, huh? No kidding. Bungalitis, I've been getting a lot of compliments on my eyebrows. Yeah. I've decided these are going to be the permanent eyebrows for the show. Everybody's upset that I don't have any significantly brown eyebrows, so realizing that that's a significant part of your personal approval rating for a future presidential candidate, I've chosen to have eyebrow transplants. And it's going to be a rather difficult process. I anticipate the psychological loss or gain of my eyebrows to be rather earth-shaking. So, oh, thank you. Well, I got a little redness here from the thing that was sitting on my lip so long. Thank you. Whoa, hey, wait a second. No, you cannot post your evil, perverted messages in here. If you are gay or want to be gay and you're living outside of New Jersey or California, hang out. I will teach you to be a heterosexual tonight. Void where prohibited. Yeah, many people don't realize that being straight is a process of finding beauty in the opposite sex. So I put this song together called Sweet 16. I'm sorry, I can't play that due to monetization issues and those related to the Billy Idol Society. Pork Pig would be proud, Dave. Hey, thank you very much. Would anyone like to know more about the lives of pigs? We have that on cue if you want to find out. We also have other things that are available for us tonight. Little tidbits about Jack and Diane. As you know, we want to create a solution for our country, which would involve everybody having their own house. I would love to be able to transport that to the world around me. I was fortunate enough, after spending 25 years taking care of my mother and father, of having a house willed to me. And some people make fun of this beautiful modular home that I live in, and they act like it's, you know, some piece of crap. And I personally very, very proud of the fact that I've got a place to live and a roof over my head, and there's nothing wrong with that. And the Pork for All concept is actually, I'm serious, I really think that everybody needs a place they can call their own and a pathway to getting their own house. So you'll be able to have your own house in 10 years with $500 a month payments. And it'll be a $50,000 house like the one on this picture that's been renovated. Yeah. And we're going to include a biodome in the back, a portable biodome where you can do greenhouse stuff and get your victory garden going. So you can virtually cut your expenses and have a wonderful house-like environment that you wouldn't have to pay rent on the rest of your life. Because greedy pigs who normally make money on your rent and are big landlords, they don't want to take on this idea and steal it from me. So as you can see, greedy pigs like Donald Trump do not want to actually steal this concept from me, because he wants to make money on housing. The last thing he wants to do is get the government to flip houses and make them affordable for you. So this is another reason why you don't want Donald Trump as your president. He's a profiteer. He steals my ideas. He's got all kinds of ulterior motives. He has connections to the Russians, etc. Do I look more like David Caruso? Well, the sin of stealing money from people is not good, Juan. I don't steal money from people. I've never been a corrupt person. You can call me Mr. Rump. I feel it's a better name to call me. I prefer Rump. I go by the name of Rump. Thank you. Okay, we got some pictures that are taking up lots of space in our hard drive, so I'm gonna save this one because I know Sarah really wanted this. Let me see if I can bring it in, because I know she wanted to see a picture of the she's doing Princess Leia tonight, played by Carrie Fisher, the woman who claimed that Donald Trump was a coke user. I mean, I don't know. She said she was a coke addict for years, and she could recognize the snorting activity of Donald Trump, and she said that it sounded like coke to her. You know, I don't really want anybody who has a snorting problem or any kind of a respiratory issue as a president. I really don't. I just don't see the point of that. Da 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 da. Yeah, there isn't much really. I mean, that's too bad. I'm sorry that didn't come into the show. We have some Star Wars here. There it is. That's kind of a low-key background. There we go. Okay. I know everybody's been facing a tremendous amount of cost overruns from Obamacare, and I think it's worthwhile talking about that in just a second. Yeah, I don't think I like that one either. So some of you are in Obamacare hell right now and are wondering how the hell Obama got this thing passed. Donald Trump has said that he wants to get rid of Obamacare. He wants to repeal Obamacare. And I would argue that there is no way to repeal Obamacare, that we don't have a real plan. So I've come up with the only solution, which is to get rid of Obama's signature from every single document he penned his name to. And I think it's a far better way of dealing with Obamacare, because it forces whichever Congress we have at the time to really reassess the plan and what it is, because it's obviously a disaster. Now, United Healthcare and Humana, they're talking about separating from Obamacare and Affordable Health Care Act. You one fat-looking pig. Thank you. Appreciate it. Sarah will be in a little bit, Mad Dog. She's getting her hair ready and preparing for the Princess Leia. I don't care for Obamacare. Yeah, so being we're talking about Obamacare and being Trump doesn't have any real solutions to how he's going to repeal it, there is no mechanism that he has in mind to do that. Vote for Trump is, it's kind of a crapshoot if you really think that's going to get you answers, because there's no method behind his madness, and because he doesn't want to actually prosecute Barack Obama. He doesn't really have a method. All right, here's another one. Wow. Here's a trick or treat from hell encounter at a front door. Little kid comes up and some burnt out alcoholic grabs a bottle of booze and pours it in the bucket. Isn't that the funniest thing ever? I mean, not in a sick kind of messed up kind of way. Okay, I think you understand what I'm talking about. Okay. Yeah, if you need toilet paper, the Trump-Pence toilet paper brand, I seriously think could be a big win for you and your family. Wiping your ass with TP. Trump-Pence. Now we're going to talk about Hillary for a little bit. I got to get a Hillary image library going. I was very remiss in not doing that earlier. I am interacting with the chat and trying to read as much chat as I can. You iBlog chatters said Sponheim is one sick beep. Why do you think I'm a sick person? That's just sick for you to say that, because I'm a very nice person. Is it that funny? No, I'm not laughing. So far, we've had a couple encounters with Sarah tonight that were exciting. We had a lot of fun laughs, and she'll be back a little bit later. I don't want to overdo the Sarah moment, because she's a special person. She wouldn't in any way look like I'm looking. She would feel embarrassed to stand here and look that way, and I get that. I really do. It's not a big deal to be embarrassed by weird looking faces and things, so I understand. There's a lot of people that don't want to take on conspiracy issues for the same reason, because their family will think they're a whack job. So many of you are like very hesitant to say anything conspiratorial in nature, and I understand that. But you really have to start speaking out about a third party, because if you don't, we won't ever be able to talk about needing a different type of a government. The dialogue about having a third party really is a dialogue about being fed up with the two parties, realizing how corrupt they are, realizing that they're absolutely in the back pocket of big corporations and big moneyed interests. I believe that we need to get out of that mentality and get a country that's destined to help the average Americans. I don't think we have that right now. I don't think we'll ever have that unless we actually build it and make it happen. There's too many things going on with Hillary and Donald that make one believe that they're on the take and are not really going to help the American people, and that's not good for this country. We need a much better approach to a government than what we've seen from them. You know, it's interesting how people think that I'm a soft approach. I don't talk about politics. I know I read one comment here that said, "Oh yeah, David's a lot softer. His sister should have a show." I don't know anybody that discusses the connections between the powers that be and the Illuminati and the New World Order, and how we are frustrated and going to be sucked into the vortex of their plan than me. I'm the only one I've ever even heard of that talks about these things in an intense way. So it's really kind of ironic that you would say things like that about me. Every time I pick up pictures of Hillary, I keep going to pictures of Donald. It's weird. See, Donald and Hillary are both part of the same plan. Donald represents the fascist right wing, the connection to the Russian Jewish mob, and Hillary represents the Marxist left wing, the connection between the Marxist Rothschild clan and the whole group of people in the Western European royalty. They give them money directly. They fund their campaigns. The Rothschilds virtually fund both campaigns. So when they stuck you with Obamacare hell and now they give you these two choices, it's all planned. It's all a complete plan. Well, Donald Trump has done everything he could that was Russian. Donald Trump is a national security risk because of all his ties to the Russian businesses. His goal has been to make money off of Russia all along, but in the process they've been funding him, and he has a lot of debt. And because he has so much debt, he does. Let me play you a video that may shock you, and a lot of you Republicrats and Trump tards have no idea about Donald Trump's Russian connections, but this is a video that was in the mainstream media that really lays it out and gives you a clear understanding of Donald Trump's Russian connections. And if you don't know about it, boy, you really need to wake up. If you're still writing his name in or filling it out on your ballot, you need to wake up to what's really happening behind the scenes in the Trump campaign.
A new investigation into Donald Trump's
international business deals. Here with our chief investigative correspondent, Brian Ross. And Brian, you've been digging into Trump's ties with Russia, both here and abroad.
That's right, George, and good morning. Despite what Donald Trump has claimed to you and to others, an ABC News investigation has found his real estate fortunes have benefited greatly from Russian investors and their millions, potentially putting a get-tough U.S. policy with Russia in direct conflict with his bottom line. With his beauty pageants and his buildings, Donald Trump has been promoting himself to Russians for years, traveling to Moscow and other former Soviet states with his children. His daughter Ivanka posted these pictures on social media as she pushed the Trump brand in Azerbaijan.
I'm here in Baku, Azerbaijan.
Yet as a candidate, Trump has sought to minimize any business connections to Russia, as in this interview with George.
Will I sell condos to Russians on occasion? Probably, but I have no relationship to Russia.
But the head of a Russian-American Chamber of Commerce, Sergei Milyan, who says he worked on Trump-licensed projects, told ABC News there were extensive connections.
The level of business amounts to hundreds of millions of dollars that he received as a result of interaction with Russian businessmen.
Hundreds of millions of dollars from Russian businessmen.
Correct.
Trump made millions selling Moscow rights for the Miss Universe pageant to a Russian oligarch close to Vladimir Putin, with a man the FBI considers a top Russian mafia figure invited into the VIP section. The developer of a Trump-licensed hotel project in Toronto is a Russian-born billionaire. And Russian-language promotional videos attracted hundreds of wealthy Russians to buy condos in Trump-licensed projects in Florida, until U.S. sanctions cut off the flow. Now Trump says he's open to lifting those sanctions.
We'll be looking at that, yeah, we'll be looking. Go ahead.
So he likes Russia because there's money to be made there.
He likes Russia because he likes beautiful Russian ladies, and he likes talking to them, of course, and he likes to be able to make a lot of money with Russians. Yes, correct.
Trump says there will be no conflict in dealing with Russia if he is elected, because his children will run his business in a blind trust.
He's still going to know what the businesses are, where they are.
We will not discuss
that?
We're not going to discuss those things. It doesn't matter. Trust me.
But a leading Republican ethics lawyer says that does not solve the problem.
Well, I don't see how you have a blind trust when you know what's in the blind trust. The appearance is that a foreign government or other foreign organization has influence over the President of the United States.
Trump's lawyer tells ABC News that all this interest in Trump's business in Russia is overblown. The campaign says the Republican candidate has not decided whether he would or would not lift U.S. sanctions, only that he's looking at it.
But Brian, the lawyer did not deny hundreds of millions of dollars in investments?
No, just that it's overblown, our interest in it.
So is there a connection between me wearing a mask that looks like a pig and my discussion of Trump's relations with Russia and how I just called you, all of you Trump supporters, traitors? You think there's some sort of a connection there? You think? Maybe? Huh? Huh? Yeah. Well, apparently you don't understand that Trump is basically bought off. And you Trump-tards who don't understand that don't get the fact that his incredible addiction to debt puts him in a national security risk. He could be manipulated by the Russians on side deals. Say he owes money he can't pay while he's president. And his blind trust is obviously not blind.
I love debt.
They're prevented.
Don't forget, I'm the king of debt. I love debt.
They're prevented.
Don't forget, I'm the king of debt. I love debt.
That makes him an incredible national security risk. So if you really believe that voting for Trump is giving you guys any support whatsoever, you're a total idiot. You're a complete mindless idiot to think that just because Trump says he's rich means that he's rich. There's no verification that he has billions of dollars. He won't even present his tax returns. And you people have the audacity to come into this show and act like Trump is going to save America by working a side deal with Russia. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. You people are traitors, and you will burn in hell for your crimes against this country. Or something like that. All right, so creepy Halloween photos. Let's take a look. Thank you, Scissor Fight. Ooh, happy Halloween from Scissor Fight. Hang the traitors. Ooh. Scary. Whoa, even more scary. Potato Girl is really into Satan tonight. Wow. Traitor. We got traitors all over the place in this room. The Trump-tard traitors are in here. You think that's scary? You ought to see my costume. Wow, those are scary pictures. Whoa! 38, you asshole. I paid 10 cents for that. I really got a good deal, I think. Except it broke. Right here. Damn thing broke. 10 cents. I got death threats to show everybody. You gotta understand they hate me because I'm telling the truth. Can you imagine it broke 10 cents? Ooh, scary. Hey, did you hear about those creepy clown videos that are coming out? Lots of creepy clown pictures all over the place. This will be the last use of this particular pendant. I'll be throwing it away at the end of our show. In the garbage. 10 cents. 10 cents can't buy me anything decent anymore. Wow, that's scary. Where'd you find these scary pictures? Ooh! Day of the Dead. Oh my God, look at this. Look at the mark this is making on my face. Holy moly. Oh, this is weird. ruined my face. Look at that. I feel like I've been scarred for life. Ooh, weird kid sounds. Yeah. I don't have any filler or cover up. Oh, this is my scariest of all pictures. These kids are really scary too. Oh no. That's a weird one. Oh, that's freaky. Whoa. Man, you must have searched the world for the scariest pictures ever. Oh, that's scary. Oh, I'm scared. Donald who? Donald would destroy our country because he'd sell it off to the Russians. And you traitors ought to know that. I'll show you some really scary pictures of my family. Yeah, he's just going to ruin our country if he gets elected by default. Here's Uncle Pumpkinhead. He was a scary old guy. Ooh. Ooh, that's a scary staircase. You like my pig costume? Thank you so much. Ooh. Man, this is a brutal mask. Now I know I didn't wear it last Halloween. I got to keep adjusting it, otherwise the snout hurts. Hey, thank you so much. That was the best creepy vintage Halloween photo, Happy Halloween thing I've ever seen. In fact, it's the only one I've ever seen. Can you whack? Can you quack like a duck when you cluck? David, if I was a female pig, I would want to screw you. Oh my God, why would you want to screw me? Why would you want to screw me? Hey there, buddy. Hey, baby, how you doing? Hey, baby. So you think this is a good line to pick up on women? How's you doing, babe? How's you doing, babe? It works like every time I've ever used it. It's like instantaneously. Women just flock. How's you doing, babe? When you've had about 50 drinks and you realize you haven't been laid in 12 years, and you turn around and you go, how's you doing, babe? And then all of a sudden you realize that your life is just you standing there going, how's you doing, babe? Yes, but I feel that I've been abused by the redness here. Do you mind if I wear this up here? Thanks. I feel better with a pig nose on top. That's better. Thank you. Oh, I feel free again. Wow. I made it 1 hour and 41 minutes, 2 hours and 41 minutes into the show with this pig snout on here. I gotta let this is starting to form permanent facial scarring. Hang on. Can I answer any of your questions tonight? I am available to answer any questions. My artificial intelligence backbone will provide instantaneous responses to any of your questions. Feel free to treat me as if I am Watson. Guide to candy talking. Okay. Oh, candy trading. Excuse me. Here we go. This should be fun. Yeah. Had a good first part of the show, though. My sister came in and did her little routine. Very good Hillary impersonation, I thought.
If you like Necco wafers, the original candy wafer, yeah, that's a category that really took off. There's no need to watch this video. You're going to get screwed no matter what. Same goes if you like those nasty little orange and black candies. Save yourself some time, don't go trick-or-treating, just eat random crap you find on the floor. And now we begin. Step 1, identifying your trading partners. Children under the age of 5 are legally protected. That's because of Becky's Law, named after a Wisconsin girl who traded her entire stash for a box of Goody Plenties that her brother had convinced her were unicorn eggs. She cried for 3.5 years. Children between the ages of 5 and 7 are allowed a 30-second trade-back grace period. This also applies to the elderly. If you have friends or siblings with any of the following traits, they make ideal trading partners. If you don't, you'll have to get crafty. Start by determining the flavor affinity of your opponent. There are 3 basic classes, and each one has a weakness. Be warned that a classic strategy is to pretend that you're in the fruit and sour category while executing the Smarties gambit for a full-size Snickers. If you'd like to download a PDF version of this chart, please look in your box.
This is hilarious.
That they like special darks, be kind to them. They're probably going to be your boss someday. Likewise, if they express interest in any of the oral fixation candies like wax lips, paper dots, candy cigarettes, or pop rocks, keep track of them. They're going to be fun to hang out with in college before they drop out. Step 2, pre-trade organization and preparation. Loose candy corn should be placed with your pennies. They're equally worthless. Under the new health law, ripped or unwrapped candy falls under the protection of pre-existing condition, and although they lose value, you cannot exclude them from trading. Dum-dums should be...
I feel like a dum-dum playing this for more than a half a minute. Dum-da-dum-dum. Dum-da-dum-dum-dum. Well, David, you pride yourself on speaking out on controversial issues such as secret societies and 9/11, but during our 8008 run, you refused to field any questions on 9/11. Wrong. That is incorrect, Morgoth. I took all kinds of questions on 9/11. In fact, 2008 was my year to say I was questioning 9/11. And I remember what I said. In fact, I've got proof of it. I've got proof of me talking about the 1,000-mile border fence. I've got proof about talking about mobile medical units, about safe zones in 2009. I have proof of that. I got proof about talking about an ocean pipeline, which Donald now claims he has an ocean dome to help America out with all kinds of great ideas. You know what really is interesting? When the mainstream media characterizes Donald Trump in reference to Hillary Clinton, they talk about him and all of his great ideas. And that's the hard part. That's like a dagger in my heart, because I know that I've been censored for 8 years, and this scumbag stole 10 of my ideas and acted like they're his. And you Trump-tards who still support him must really feel like a bunch of scumbags, because you're endorsing this type of scurrilous behavior from a scumbag we lovingly call Donald Trump. Now, your obsession with this scumbag, who is a corporate elitist Wall Street pig, is why I'm wearing a pig snout tonight. And it's my commitment to tell you, you are a bunch of traitors for supporting a guy who sucks up to Russia. And you Hillary supporters, you're traitors too for supporting a woman who sells uranium rights to Russia and stamps on the grazing rights of people like Lavoy Finicum, who died public execution style when the Oregon State Police shot him dead for no reason. Now you want to stand here and suck up to Trump thinking he's going to dribble a little diarrhea toward your little food bowl. That's all you're going to get is a little bit of diarrhea from his butthole. You're not going to get any real solutions from him. He is a borrower, and he's borrowed throughout his whole life, and he's built an empire on borrowing. Trump even borrowed the idea of make America great again from Ronald Reagan, which is even more disturbing. Yeah, this is Ronald Reagan's campaign slogan, Make America Great Again. If you don't believe it, let me just show you.
Well, back in the day in 1980, the whole concept of let's make America great again was Ronald Reagan's. And you can't deny it. All of you Trump-tards can stand there and look at Ronald Reagan and say, well, darn it, that man stole the idea of Ronald Reagan. Now go ahead and say it. You're squirming like a bunch of little toadsters. Say it. You lied, and Trump took the idea.
I've always said we need better relations with Russia. Yeah. In fact, my concern was more of how do we approach Russia from a point of strength, not a point of weakness. Yeah. And you know that Trump and Hillary are both weak. They are supported by the two-party system, which is propped up by money, not by integrity. Now, if I reach out and talk to Vladimir Putin, it's not going to be his buddy. I'm not looking to have a bromance with him like Donald seems to want to do. Now, Elon Musk is revealing a new solar rooftop, which he's putting out. An idea he came up with in 2008 to export to America. It's not an idea I came up with, though. Solar rooftops have been around for probably 30 years. But Elon Musk has got a full reveal here at this gathering of the new roofs. So we got a 19-minute video tonight to play for you to show you what Elon Musk is doing. Hey, I'm just glad it's happening, you know. If somebody like Trump or Hillary steals my ideas, at least I know the ideas are moving forward. That seems pretty paltry in comparison to what I really envisioned, which is to spearhead ideas and really make them work and not just talk about them. You know, what really bothers me is this obsession with talking about things that Donald Trump has and borrowing ideas. I got so many people in every room claiming that I'm a bad person, that I'm this, that, and I've never done a bad thing in my life. I've got a perfect record. I have no criminal actions against me. I've done the right thing by telling people about how corrupt the two-party system is. I've done my best in exposing the corruption within Trump's ranks and the corruption within Hillary's ranks. And believe me, that corruption runs really, really deep. Yeah. The idea that Trump wants to create deportation forces really makes you wonder, is he going to call you a Muslim and is he going to deport you? I am an outstanding guy, the legend. And by the way, folks, we have a person who has been very instrumental in helping us get elected, helping moving this forward worldwide, who is missing. His name is the Explorist. And he has been... I'm going to ban you from the room. Okay, thank you. The Explorist is missing on a worldwide trip. We don't know if anyone's heard about where he is. Please tell him to contact us. We're concerned about him. He went missing a few days now, and we don't know where he is. He was instrumental in getting our views up there worldwide to a huge number of viewers around the world, and we really appreciate him. Yeah, but anyway, getting a guy who is in love with debt is such a disaster for a country that's so deep into debt. I can't tell you. If you're that stupid that you want to vote for a guy who simply borrowed his money and got so much money from his dad to start his business and has groped so many, or allegedly groped so many women.
Debt. I love debt.
They're prevented.
Don't forget, I'm the king of debt. I love debt.
Then you're in store for an absolute nightmare if he does get elected. Now, the only chance of him actually getting elected in the next few days really depends on the news about Hillary. So far, Hillary still has... No, the Vaughn numbers are completely wrong. No. Vaughn has been censoring us for over a year now. We get censored on this show. People are trying to come in here and post, and they can't. They get turned away with capacity server screens. Yeah, and Trump will have to declare bankruptcy yet again if he doesn't win the election, because he's got so many paybacks and favors that he's offering. Hillary has so many paybacks and favors that she offers. The WikiLeaks have shown one real thing. They've shown us that the future of the country really is all about money and people working politically to do payback. And the pay-for-play thing is something that Trump knows very well how it works. He's got so many people he owes money to and markers he got to call in. He owes over $250 million to Deutsche Bank. And what's really incredibly messed up is you people don't realize that that's a serious national security risk for a presidential candidate to owe $250 million to Deutsche Bank, the most corrupt bank in the world. Mark Vaughn, I hope the 2007 Nissan was worth it, censoring bastard. Thank you, Guest 504. Trump is it's going to cost literally $65 million every single year to maintain his debt of $650 million. It's 10%, and recently he got $63 million from donators, and he never reported where he's spending it. And he didn't put $100 million into this election like he said he was going to do. He only put $10 million recently in advertising. Some fast muting out there, yeah. Democrats knowingly put up someone being investigated by the FBI, yeah, but at the same time, they had no other creativity going on. Remember, the Democrats have zero creativity. They don't even question Barack Obama's failure to clean up the British petroleum disaster in the Gulf of Mexico. They don't question his Obamacare mistakes that's costing them 30% higher premiums. I mean, it's a real nightmare to imagine a nation run by a solid group of absolute idiots called the Democrats and Republicans. But that's pretty much what we've got here. Yeah, see, I got all these things happening. No, I'm not sponsored by anybody. The Democrats are just mindless. They just don't want to listen to any reason. And it's a real problem. It comes down to the simple fact that they're a mindless block of voters. I can stop the Democrats if you put your faith in a third party. Well, people have been telling me I don't have any eyebrows, so I think these will make up for the lack of eyebrows I've had in the past. I don't think America is going to be okay at all. In fact, so far I've seen that America borrowing money just to finance itself for the past 16 years. There's been no accountability from the Democrats, Republicans on the budget extensions, and they continue to look at higher and higher extensions. And like Sarah said, it's all made up anyway, so. Yeah. Unfortunately, for a lot of the Trump supporters, if Hillary gets elected and she wins the popular vote, or even the electoral college vote, because they say that there's no way he can win the electoral college vote at this point unless something really bad comes out against Hillary. I'm really surprised. A lot of you Trump supporters are going to be absolutely with your head in the sand, thinking, "Well, what are we going to do?" And I'm talking to you now, person to person, and I want you to know that your opportunity to vote for me in the future will be there, and I will be the one representing my ideas, the ideas that Trump stole. And the ideas live on, because I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to continue to run for office well into the future. So if you look at hope and the idea that we can actually build housing, solve healthcare crisis of rising costs, solve the problems with injustice in our country, everywhere, by getting people accountable for their actions. Our government is being run by a bunch of crooks. I'm not kidding. We are seeing every single case of justice almost falling into the hands of the perpetrator. I am amazed at how ineffective our criminal justice system is. You know, in the state of Washington, if somebody runs somebody over with a car and then runs away from that crime, does a hit and run, and they catch that person, there is no provision. This hair is really bugging me. There is no provision. Thank you. for that person to lose their license. Did you hear me? Yeah. You can run over the person, and there's no provision in the state of Washington, the communist state of Washington, that prevents that person from getting off the road, or prevents them from driving, rather. So, apparently the right to travel and to travel by car is an inalienable right. The Washington State Police and the Washington State government even look at people with multiple DUIs and say you don't even need a driver's license to travel on the highway. So there is a lot of bad justice in this country that just they don't in any way know even how to fix this. They're not even going to try. They just virtually want people to continue on with the same failed system and never get any kind of accountability from the government or from anybody. It's almost unbelievable. You can have multiple DUIs in the state of Washington and continue driving even without a license, and they can't stop you, they can't arrest you, and they can't put you in jail. Isn't that amazing? You can kill people on the highways. That's manslaughter. You can serve jail time. There was a guy that killed 2 beautiful twin girls in our area close to 5 years ago now, and they finally put him in justice. Finally, the wheels of justice finally rolled in. Killing 2 girls, driving recklessly on the highway, having multiple cases of driving under the influence on his record, and all they could get him was 4 years in jail. And he killed these 2 beautiful girls. Okay, let's take a look at the news story evolving. Mutiny at the FBI. Comey warned by his own agents to indict Clinton or watch the FBI's reputation go down in flames. That's exactly what I was saying the other day when I said that this could very well be a rigged move by Jim Comey to pretend like he's doing something, giving him some sense of legitimacy. As the American inches toward open revolt over the runaway criminality and collusion of the Democrats and the media, another kind of revolt is taking place inside the FBI. According to multiple sources in independent media, now the only remaining free press in America, FBI Director James Comey was forced into announcing a reopening of the criminal investigation into Hillary Clinton's private email server by livid FBI agents who threatened to go public if Comey didn't act. Well, good. We've got some good people in the FBI then. I don't know how that video got in the mix. Sorry. Are you done, Donald? It's that morning constitutional when you talk about ideas that are not yours. Okay. So yeah, the swamp is beyond drained. Donald Trump is a establishment character. He's not against establishment at all. Hillary Clinton is an establishment character. Comey has $14 million he can't account for in his private accounts. We have got so much corruption going on. A simple statement by Comey in the news is really nothing. It's a joke. We're not going to see any substantive information about Hillary or Donald anytime soon. We're still careening forward with Hillary leading 4 points in all of the polls. And you Donald Trump supporters better realize that. And if you wonder why you're going to get screwed, is because you didn't stand up for what you believe in and what I've been pitching all along. We need to stand up for a third party. Comey said this on October 7th. He said in the end, the Department of Homeland Security, the Justice Department said this. The U.S. intelligence community is confident that the Russian government, directed by recent compromises of emails from U.S. persons and institutions, including from U.S. political organizations, these thefts and disclosures are intended to interfere with the U.S. election process. This is the Department of Homeland Security and the Office of Director of National Intelligence said this. And then Comey just said something even more gyrating to this election, and that is that he is reopening the investigation into Hillary. Both of these expressions from both sides of our government from different angles indicate that they've lost control of this election process. Whether it's Donald Trump continuing to put his foot in his mouth and making up stories about how he's going to do this, that, and the other thing, and lying and flip-flopping, or whether it's Hillary Clinton doing the same. Either way, we're screwed. And you know it, we know it, 75% of this country knows it. They don't trust either Donald or Hillary in the polls that have been tested. Nobody trusts either one of these people. And what's really crazy is Obama, his health care plan is really no different than what Donald Trump wants to propose, a universal health care plan that's going to cost all of us taxpayers a lot of money. I don't have any plans like that. I have a public option for people, and I've got a robust Medicaid, Medicare plan which works with lower costs using our mobile medical units to provide health care. I would say that WikiLeaks is a front organization for our government. I would think that Anonymous is too. And remember, it's all bought off. The government has unlimited funds because they print up money so they can buy off all organizations except us. We're the only organization that's never gotten any money from these scumbags, and thank God we haven't, because we're not going to do anything for that money. Some people are a little bit concerned about my unibrow that it's forming in the middle, but
it is starting to go together.
Why is that?
Because of the way you want me to help you fix it.
But they seem to be joining it. It's like I started out with a separation.
Gravity.
Let's not worry about it, otherwise it'll fall apart.
Yeah.
Fear the unibrow. People have been saying I don't have any real significant eyebrows, and I think this is a real saying that we have to do the right thing.
Can we put something? Can you get rid of something behind me?
Yeah, I'm going to get rid of the
moving thing.
Yeah. Hang on. Let me just bring our pumpkin in for Halloween.
Yeah.
We are recording this broadcast for perpetuity, so you can watch it as you continue to lament the fact that you didn't support a third party during this election and never put any effort to get behind this. And many of you, when the crap hits the fan and you get zip-tied and sent to the FEMA camps, will be thinking back on this time period and wondering why you didn't do anything. And then I want to thank all the people that did do something and have been standing up for this entire effort. I got another one coming. Thank you all for all your effort.
That's good. That's good. Leah. Yes, that's what I was looking for. Thank you,
David. Are you aware that Sarah is about as perfect as a woman can come, or as women come? Yes, that's true. In the most naturalistic way, Sarah is the best woman I could have ever found on earth.
Thank you, David Sponheim. You are our final hope.
Thank you. And as we get all this negativity in our chat room, I want everyone to know that it's a good sign that we are really the best thing going in American politics right now.
15 minutes it took me to dress in my costume.
Yeah, I think it's pretty impressive what you did. She had her hair in a kind of she had these pre-rolls last night. Did you have to undo your...
I didn't do it. I just...
you had a braid going last night. Did you still have a braid in there?
No.
Oh, okay. Well.
Yeah. But I needed more bobby pins. I lost them all.
What do you think of the wild and crazy look I've got with this chain?
That is a wild and crazy look.
Yeah.
May the force be with you as you help save our empire.
Da, 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 da. And our mascot tonight will be the pumpkin. Is that right?
Yes. Mascot. Sure. I thought I was the mascot.
Oh, no. You're not the mascot. The pumpkin is.
Okay.
Okay. Getting a different background here for the coming apocalypse. We're done with the liquid fire, burning fire of cauldron of hell. Yes. We don't need that anymore.
So the best thing going is Vaughn as our primary distribution, because I haven't found any other distribution sites that are as good and robust as VaughnLive.tv.
That is correct, Sarah. And what I like about our show is how natural and free-flowing it goes.
It is always natural.
We have everything is all extemporaneous, and we do not read off of a teleprompter. That is the nice part about our show. It is so fluid and easy to talk to. Yes.
Exactly.
We simply speak directly from our central processing unit. Princess Lamey? Oh my goodness. Oh, yeah.
Now I just have to find out other
wild and crazy kind of guy. I'm trying to dress like the dark force of evil tonight because I'm a very good person, and I thought it would be appropriate to dress opposite to what I am, you know. I was thinking of a white shirt and
show and a classroom.
Luke, I am your father. Luke, I am your father.
Did he say that, or did he not say that?
He said, Luke, I am your... No, he never said. But I think people wanted him to say it. Here is an original poster from Star Wars. This is from the actual Star Wars lobby card that appeared in 1977. And I put it in plastic because it's special to me.
Connie is in the other room.
Luke, I am your father. I have swag. I've got swag.
It's true.
Gold is up to 1276. Silver migrating back up to 1784, and the Dow Jones going down to 18,142. Still about the same.
Those eyebrows are really hilarious.
Well, I aim to please. You know, people say, David, how do you do this? With
they're like caterpillars.
I know, and well, I made a. I'm looking very dapper tonight. Thank you. Yeah. I made I had a picture of a guy I saw in Vaughn once that was had eyebrows similar to this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And I tried to duplicate it as much as possible.
What's his name?
His name is Mark.
Oh.
And yeah, he's a guy who does a show on Vaughn. Let's see if we have a picture of him here.
He has this thing.
There he is. Okay. And you know, I looked at his eyebrows and I said, you know, I want to be like this guy. I want to look like Mark. And it helped me style myself after his amazing face. And only his mother would love this face. So I hope I look a little bit like him, at least in principle.
Yeah, if you shaved your head short.
Yeah. Okay. Sarah, can we go behind the stage and make out? No. No, you can't.
I've never done that.
You know, I look a little like the Juice Man 2 guy. He had eyebrows like this. You want to take MDMA? Well, why don't you just not do drugs and do something productive with your life instead of becoming a burnout and dying in some alleyway on a heroin overdose? My perception is uncanny. Thank you. Really? Secret Service says Hillary was drunk in this video morning of the rally with Bon Jovi. Okay, Eric, go ahead and play the video.
He has it up above.
Where is it?
Right there. Up. Right there.
Let's take a look. How come it's not popping in?
I don't know.
Takes a while. Dun 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 dun. All right. Secret Service detail: Hillary Clinton was drunk during this video. What difference at this point does it make? I have 24 gigabytes of RAM stacked in this computer right now, so don't be talking about my RAM. Yeah, I like the necklace that you put on. It's looking real good.
Thank you. I had earrings, but
y'all looking good there, Sarah.
Off, so I took them all off.
That's cool. They fell apart.
They fell off.
Here's the video that she appears drunk in.
Secretary Clinton arriving right here. This is very exciting. Just putting you on my Snapchat. Welcome to Jersey.
Be here in Jersey.
Oh, that was it?
Secretary Clinton arriving right here. This is very exciting. Just putting you on my Snapchat. Welcome to Jersey.
Be here in Jersey.
She doesn't look drunk.
Yeah, what does it matter, man? I mean, what does it matter? I mean, y'all got nothing on Hillary.
She's not slurring her words.
Why aren't we really dealing with the simple fact that she's made back deals?
High, but not drunk.
I mean, we need to talk about the back deals that she and Bill have made with China. And all the back deals that they've made with pay for play and all this connection to Saudi Arabia that's popping up right now in the emails. That would be the substance of a really good show. How come we don't have anything? Because no, those have not been revealed yet. Only alluded to. I start every show out with all kinds of information that I could easily turn into something really, really good, but by the time the show gets through all the hate and all the people spamming on our show, we lose the credible discussion about all the lies that are coming out of the media right now. There is an island which is disputed territory between Canada and Denmark. The militaries of both countries periodically visit to remove the other guy's flag and leave a bottle of Danish schnapps or Canadian whiskey. This is what happens when nice countries fight. They're in dispute over this island. Is this supposed to be funny?
Yes, it's hilarious.
What is so funny about it? Because I'm laughing because you're laughing.
It's hilarious. Like, oh,
fighting over
no,
island.
this is Canadian.
My
Here's
island.
Canadian whiskey.
Trick or treat. You know, I've not had a stitch of chocolate tonight. Have you had any chocolate?
Yes. What did I have? I had, what did I?
Of course.
Of course. Yeah.
So you did have a little chocolate, a kiss?
No, I did not have a kiss.
We've not heard a single trick-or-treater in our area.
I had walnuts.
You think the lethal electric fence has driven people away from our...
I had a peanut butter bear.
Oh, you did? Okay. Are those pretty good? That's a Girl Scout cookie,
Oh my goodness.
right?
If you eat one, you're going to finish the entire box.
I have not had one. Dave, I can't stop looking at your eyebrows.
One, but then I should go hide the box if I give you one.
Well, there you have it.
Because they're good. But I only have one tonight.
I'm not going to eat any of them because I'm trying to get my weight down to my fighting weight of 225 pounds.
I talked to somebody that works out, and they say you have to work out for 30 to 45 minutes at a time.
Okay, I can do that.
So you have to, like, do your spa more.
I'm going to do a double spa now. I'm going to do double spas. I'm going to do full half-hour spa workouts. Sarah has convinced me that that's the only way to get my full fighting weight together, because I really want to go back in the ring and take on the heavyweight contender. I want to be the heavyweight contender.
When you do the first 15 minutes, then your body is just very starting to actually work. It's like it's like priming it.
Yeah.
And then so the next 15 minutes is a real workout.
Okay, I'll do that. I'm going to do 50 push-ups.
Yeah, that's pretty hilarious, Eric Trump.
Ah.
Somebody say, set up
Yeah,
for Anthony Weiner.
I know. It does look like a setup, doesn't it?
Oh, goodness.
Donald is going to put a boot to my ass so much your head will spin. Look at the threats. Did you see that? I just put it in the room. These Donald Trump supporters threaten people like they're a bunch of Gestapo assholes. Excuse my French. Seriously. Like a bunch of Nazis.
All right.
Okay, I'm going to go get some food. I'll be back.
That's a really good idea. No, he doesn't even lift, bro. He swims, though. All the time, yo. Because swimming is his healthy exercise. Because he likes to do it, man. To beat what he fries in the pan. Alright, anyway. Well, I wouldn't blame him, Xanatrell. You know. People like what they like. Hello, Elizabeth. I've always liked that name, Elizabeth. Are you against a serious question and question mark? Serious Q and question mark? Pretty funny, Eric. Yes. Yeah, to work off all the steam fried goodness he makes. I know steam fried is it an oxymoron? I guess. Oh, Elizabeth's not your body pillow? You swear? Did she talk back to you? Lazy Elizabeth if she's a body pillow. Oh, FBI agents pushed for a Clinton Foundation investigation, but the Justice Department shut it down. Interesting, thank you. Videos of Uncle Sam's misguided children. Alright. Smart Monkey smartphone live leak. Alrighty. Hello, Walter. Interdimensional beings. Alright. I think I'm gonna get rid of the live leak Smart Monkey smartphone. Is there anything like... Alright. Sorry. Are you poor person, Princess Leia? I have many friends, so therefore I am not poor. I am rich in spirit. Hey, duct tape. Hi, Allura. What's your job, Xanatrell? Are you bartender? Are you dancer? What exactly do you do? Are you a bouncer? Do I have an alternate costume for later? You mean only one that I showed to David? I would not tell you. I will not reveal that. Okay. That seems sad, Mad Dog. We go way back, I have to say. I know that Rule 34 has not talked about me since you have been in his life, because I'm not that important. But that's okay. But yes, I know him from like the last election or so. And I actually know what Rule 34 means because of him and because of a couple other things, but everyone is important, therefore I am important. I'm very important. That's why I capitalize the letter I. Oh, Xanatrail, are you female or male? I believe all lives matter, Mr. Detector. No, actually I don't have that, Mad Dog. Maybe someday. You live in Seattle. Well, I was asking, are you a male or female? Or neither? Or both? Oh, hilarious. You're a female? Okay. I had no idea. Oh, actually, yes, I do think cyberstalking laws matter. I think cyberstalking should be a crime. Well, at least, especially if it crosses the line into real stalking and shows a pattern of cyberstalking first. I don't know if there are cyberstalking laws, but I think there should be in a way. I mean, but you have to say, if someone just follows you from room to room, I don't consider that cyberstalking, but if someone's like following you and harassing you and saying things to you, that would be cyberstalking. Oh goodness, 867. No. We disagree. Come back after the election. Alright, thanks for the offer, Xanatril. I won't be taking you up on that. Am I afraid of clowns? No. Yes, that would be a problem if they find where I live and send people packaged and try to turn off your power and try to call police on you or try to send you pizza or try to send you boxes. Yes. Actually, duct tape, I might say that. I have to say, yes. I probably would say that to people. I'm going to eliminate the blank and just go to lives matter. I'm going to eliminate all that and say you matter. And I'm going to say thank you for everything that you do every day. I have not done that, Mad Dog. Actually, yes. I think cancer of all forms is important, not just one form of cancer. I think that, you know, it's, and I would say one thing I'm kind of concerned about is the whole cancer industry, if you want to go into that realm, and whether or not money being raised for cancer research is truly being spent on cancer research. You know, there's an interesting book called The Cancer Industry. That's true, Sarah, but the point is you can bring awareness to an individual problem without it being anti anything else. I understand what you're saying. I do think that if you want to go back into the issue of Black Lives Matter, I think that the issue of racial profiling should be addressed, and I think that police officers should work with the people in their community to develop good relationships with people in their community. I think that they should go into neighborhoods that they know are notoriously have the most incidents in them, go into those neighborhoods when there is no active incidents going on, and start building relationships with the communities. I will work on it, Scissor Fight. I didn't see Walton post yet, but I will keep an eye on it.
Oh yeah. You'd ruin your life.
I'm not very ticklish anymore, no. I have to be pretty relaxed to be ticklish. Why do you say it's a terrorist group, Walton? I'm advocating love between police and citizens. I'm advocating for the police to go in and just say, hey, how are you doing today? I don't want to, I just came in to say, hello, are you having a good day? I hope you are. Here are some cookies. No, Mad Dog.
Oh, I love that. Duct Tape said he thinks Atlanta had one of the best proposals and it worked. They made sure their cops lived in the neighborhoods they patrolled. That made a big difference because they knew the people. I think that is a very good idea. Extremely good. Just because George Soros gives people money doesn't make the people that Soros is giving the money to evil. You're having a great day. I'm so glad. I do kind of look like the Wendy restaurant girl. You're right. I'm not convinced of that either, Mad Dog. I mean, if people were going and if they were going and actively hurting other people, then I would be concerned. I was definitely concerned with that one individual that was shooting at police officers in, was it Louisiana, I believe. That was definitely a problem, but that person acted alone. I really was upset that the police basically killed him and didn't try to bring him to justice. When I say bring him to justice, give him the right to a fair trial. Oh, I have not watched epic rap battles of history.
Assange you're talking about?
No, I was talking about Black Lives Matter.
Oh, who needs to be put on trial for?
Well, there was this African American during these protests in Louisiana. No, he was. No, he wasn't just telling people. He was actively shooting at police officers, and he actually injured one. And I believe it was a new. Anyway, he acted alone, and he was barricaded on the roof of a building, and the police claimed that he was blown up because he was surrounded by explosives. But the police blew up the explosive or targeted. We don't know actually the story that happened because there's no video evidence of what happened to him that was ever released. He never had his day in court because he died. I mean,
well, they all die. I mean, we never get to find out about the shooter and why he did it. They all
exactly.
But the thing is, they've been allowed to lie in court. Police have been allowed to lie. That's why attorneys are dropping like flies and getting out of the business. Because police are allowed to lie in court. Do you know that?
Yeah, exactly.
They're given the license to lie in court. So if that's going on, then you're going to get this other stuff with people blowing up for no reason,
If you have hurt anyone in the last month, you should see your day in court too. And anyway. I completely disagree, 379. I don't think that criminals should automatically die. Because the thing is that we live in a country that is based on the premise of innocent until proven guilty. Unlike, what was it David was saying? Was it the Philippines? There's this country where people are, drug dealers, or if they deal marijuana, they're assassinated. And I believe that people deserve their. I do believe in due process. So I believe people should have their day in court. You say until I get victimized, and then I won't say that. Even if I am the victim of something, I believe that the person that victimized me should have their day in court. I believe in due process under law. And then I will have my say as well. I mean, I also believe in the death penalty. Because I believe if you are whatever you do in life, you have to be willing to accept the consequences, and the consequences for killing someone when you're convicted of that crime can be the death penalty. I believe in it.
Yep.
Well, 379, all I'm saying is that we need to assume that people are innocent until they do have their day in court. You can't just say, oh, this person's a criminal, that person's a criminal. I believe that we need to assume that people are innocent.
In our country, innocent until proven guilty. In England, it's guilty until proven innocent.
In our country, it should be innocent until proven guilty, and that's what the premise is.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree, Duct Tape. We can't throw away our justice system over individual cases. It might not be perfect, but we should strive to make it better. Yes, I do know what happens when you assume.
That dude looks like the gay. This is basically Julian Assange in the earlier days before he got older looking, and this is Hillary dealing with reality. You know. But the guarantees from Julian Assange have been kind of false. I don't really believe at this point, October 29th, that another leak is going to happen that's going to make the arrest of Hillary unavoidable. I just, until I can actually see some tangible evidence, it looks to me like that recent reveal by the FBI was just Jim Comey covering his butt. Julian's probably long gone, yeah.
I'm definitely politically correct. Absolutely. David is definitely not as politically correct as I am.
No.
David says he's politically direct, and I'm politically correct.
And people accuse me of being soft when they listen to my sister Connie. They actually accuse me of being a moderate, which I am a moderate, but I don't take extreme political positions. I'm not a left-wing and I'm not a right-wing person. But Donald is basically a person who's borrowed 10 of my ideas to get fame and to win the Republican nomination. He's turned his back on his own party. The Republicans run the risk of losing the seat in the Senate that they acquired in the midterms. He's turned his back on the Tea Party people. He won't talk about ending the Fed. Donald Trump wants to support Russia in a way that almost like he emulates Vladimir Putin, and that's not being a leader, emulating another leader. That's simply being a suck-up. And we don't want a person who's going to put our nation in a vulnerable position with Russia. And that would be Donald. Donald owes money to people at Deutsche Bank. I mean, we don't need a person with this much baggage running for president. But then you got Hillary. She's so greedy. She thinks it's her turn to win the presidency.
We do agree with that, 379. Both candidates are wrong and bad for the nation. And that's why we encourage you to write in David Sponheim.
But what I want to tell all the Donald Trump supporters is when he disappears and basically falls by the wayside, you've got the core ideas that you liked about Donald with us. Because I was the creator of most of these with Sarah's help. We created the concepts of the 1,000-mile fence, the mobile medical units, the ocean pipeline. The safe zone is my idea, the safe zone idea. But all these ideas used by Donald Trump to promote himself and his party, and now people in the media say that he's got great ideas, whereas Hillary doesn't. You see, isn't that interesting? And those great ideas came directly from me.
Right.
And that's what's really hard doing the show and having to, listen to this nonstop Trump-tard behavior at a time when our country, if it slipped into the far right after going to the far left with Obama, we're going to have a very tumultuous time ahead. It's not going to be peaceful. It'll be police state all over again, controlling every little thing that we do and stepping on the individual freedom of the people of this country. We don't want that.
Well, I hope, 983, that you get up and help this country.
Yes, help the country.
Make a difference. You can do it.
Yeah, Trump's number one payout for charities was to his own casinos. Wow, that's pretty telling, isn't it? And let's talk about the fact that Trump took $55,000 of the donators' money and bought his own books. I mean, hello. That's got to be the lowest thing you can do is buy your own books, which haven't sold on the bookshelves, with the money the donators put together.
I thought I'd be an immigrant in a burqa.
No.
Oh.
Too hot of a topic. Sorry. We don't associate with terrorists. Okay. It's an idea that I came up with. The safe zone ideas, the weaponry safe zones ideas, I came up with in 2009. I tweeted about it. What I did was I got into military blogs and wrote about it, and I put it on our website. So I wrote an entire blog article on it. I'm trying to tell you, I'm the person who's been generating these great ideas. And if you don't understand how critical it is to separate yourself from somebody who's so egomaniacal that they're going to take somebody's ideas and use them as their own, then you just don't understand what you're looking at. You're looking at the difference between deception and honesty. I am not going to be dishonest or deceive any of the American people. I'll be telling you exactly what's going on at all times. We may hold things in abeyance that are critical issues, that are top secret issues, so we don't want to freak anybody out. But I've even committed to the Full Disclosure Project, where we would tell people if we did meet and see aliens, and we really did know for a fact that they exist. I can't tell you they do or don't at this point.
He had Ghostwriters 379. Those are people that write, and then they get paid to write, and then they let somebody else sign their name to them.
So hard issues, you're not allowed to post here in favor of your candidate, so you can just come in and chat, talk about the issues, hard issues, but don't keep posting support for any one candidate. Yeah, Connie's been in. She wanted to go as something more radical. I think what she did already was great. She played Hillary Clinton in a little pretend thing. It was very cool. We have that in the video archive. Well, Sarah, this has been great. Thank you so much for coming in and doing Princess Leia. And you didn't talk once.
No wonder it was 10 cents a go.
Yeah, it broke already. Yeah, no, it re-broke. I dropped it today.
Oh, okay.
In trying to get this wrapped around my neck, I had to go grab a chain from one of our closets.
Oh, I'm
sorry. And actually use this because the chain that it came with was such a piece of crap. It was unbelievable.
Oh, wow.
For 10 cents, I can't complain though.
Yeah. It starts the Doctor Who episode if I press the gem in the middle.
Flyman says, Dave, will you make Puerto Rico the 51st state? No, I'm going to do one better, Flyman. I'm going to make Puerto Rico the 50th state. I'm going to offer Hawaii up to the Japanese government as payment for the debt that we have to that country. We're going to buy $2.5 trillion worth of space if they accept the offer. We will be giving portions of the islands directly to the Hawaiian people as their own territory, as we should. Maybe the tail end of the islands. But we've got some islands that don't have any purpose right now. There's no longer a leper colony on Malachi. So it's an Iron Cross. Thanks. I did not know that. But offering up Hawaii to Japan is, I think, a brilliant move that I came up with. And we'll then take the money that we gain from that asset and underwrite the debt that Puerto Rico owes.
I'm Princess Leia.
And carry their debt.
Dr. Robertson. Dr. Robertson, you are our only hope. David is dressed as
Mr. Rump.
Oh, Mr. Rump.
Yeah. I started the show with a pig nose, but that disappeared because
you're a mean one, Mr. Rump.
I was unable to actually put it on my face without it scarring me. I used to have red marks on my face from victimizing myself.
Yes, he had this on earlier because he was a pork rump.
I was a rump. Pork rump roast. Pork butt. I was a pork butt. A human pork butt. I was supposed to be Mr. Rump. Nothing to do with Donald Trump, though. No affiliation whatsoever. He looks awesome. Thank you. Well, I don't really want to break up the continental United States, but Japan would really benefit from having Hawaii. They've already got a big stake in it. A lot of businessmen own lots of portions of Hawaii. We could work the details out. We would keep Honolulu as a base, as part of our national strategic base in the Pacific Ocean. We wouldn't in any way get rid of that. But negotiating something this huge would be a massive move for our country and give Japan a secondary area to to bring people to in the event Fukushima continues to be a problem and threaten the life force on that island of Japan. So I just think it's a great idea. I think what happened with them lying about the birth certificate of Barack Obama will come to pass as the biggest gaffe that ever happened in our country, and will ultimately cost this nation a great deal, because we don't really want states that violate our Constitution, that cheat on citizenship. And it's my firm belief that Barack Obama did forge that birth certificate in 2011. Donald Trump won't even talk about the issue now. He's so sucked into the establishment. He won't even say prosecute Obama, which is what he should say. But in any event, we need to get this country a clear vision for the future, and some screaming maniac is not the way to go. As you can see, I'm a pretty low-key person. People say it's almost to my loss, to my detriment. But the reality is, being a low-key person involves approaching both sides of the aisle and talking about each issue by issue.
Fly man, I'm sorry.
All right, thank you, Sarah, for coming on in. Awesome. Did you restart this? Or it's just been doing it on its own?
It's been doing it on its own.
This is the longest Windows update I've ever seen take place on a computer. It's been over an hour and a half to just Windows update the laptop. I'm almost in a state of thank you for the great Princess Leia. Thank you.
Why not?
And then we have photographs of her in the show that make this all so meaningful. We have numerous screenshots of the previous show when I was having fun. Remember that? Early on in the show? You remember the good old days? Pork for All, that was one. And there's another one with Sarah smiling. And I was reading chat. And there I was, making a very nice appearance as Donald Rump. All right. And now I'm here. I'm live. I'm nationwide. There's been a massive fire gutting housing development in Oakland. It's a big fire in the Lake Merrick district. Halloween is not exactly the best time for some people. Okay.
Don't forget, I'm the king of debt. I love debt.
Wow, that's huge. Hopefully everybody got out in time. Wow, that's a huge condo structure. Okay. Back to you in the studio. Okay, we had a problem. Somebody came in the show that was being very bad. Okay, so this story that was migrating earlier was that FBI agents argued for Clinton Foundation investigation report. So here's a report about how they argued for the foundation. Apparently Jim Comey was forced to do this just to save face among his own FBI officers. So it doesn't look like there's anything of any substance to the report that they got from Anthony Weiner's 650,000 emails. It's clearly obvious at this point that the FBI is not doing their job, and they aren't offering this case up for prosecution. She should have been indicted by now. She never should have gotten away with all of this. So the FBI is looking into allegations including corruption and conflict of interest. I think we're looking at the FBI having conflict of interest. I think we're looking at the every element of our current government having conflict of interest. I think the crap is hitting the fan, and nobody's willing to even admit it in our country. All right. Okay. They'll never ban guns. No, it's absurd to think that they could ever ban guns. Somebody says their clown is sexy. Okay, we don't need to know about Bambi, okay? Thanks. Okay, let's get back to more of the scary music of Scissor Fight. It's a lot of mudslinging, but no substance at all. I agree. Blah. According to BuzzFeed USA, Democratic leaders are asking Hillary to step down. Wow. I think I've got some green stuff here dropping on my. Ooh. Scary. It was reported on Friday that the FBI has reopened its investigation into Hillary Clinton's use of private and secured email. Yeah. Is that you gargling in the background? That is really scary. Ooh. That's like a wild meth head with a Slurpee. Can you hear that? Wild meth head with Slurpee. Outstanding. Thank you. That was great. David, here's a great video exposing Hillary. Okay. I don't mind exposing Hillary or Donald in this particular show. We don't mind making a good forceful argument that neither one is good. But apparently the story is getting better. They are admitting that so the investigation is ongoing, according to the FBI agent. Huma Abedin and her role and activities concerning Secretary of State, the nature of the foundation, and possibly pay-to-play, that's still being looked at now. So they're going to be looking at the pay-to-play aspects, but I don't think the email leak will in any way affect Hillary's 4-point lead in the polls. I don't, at this point, unless we see something significant. We've just seen a lot of garbage. It's been nonstop BS coming out of both sides. So we, the American people, deserve better a long, long time ago. We haven't gotten it. It's pathetic, and here we are. Talking about issues like GMOs, chemtrails, the dangers of unbelievable corruption in our government has been a mainstay of our show. I don't give a crap what you think about me. If you think I'm just barking in the wind about these issues, they resonate among the American people. They do. If Trump is going to court on racketeering, or if Clinton is going to court on racketeering, the scenario, the conspiracy theory that is out there right now is that this is a great one. And this is, what about that chip in her cheek? It could be, that was a low blow. You know, everybody has spots in the back of their pants. You know, nobody can really guarantee where they're sitting. No, in fact, I've said I would never take any money from AIPAC. I'm the anti-Zionist candidate. Trump and Hillary are pro-Zionist candidates. Trump and Hillary both support the corporatization of our country's political process. I'm wearing pants, yeah. I am, however, wearing my comfy slippers that I bought recently. My Dexters. I picked these up at Payless Shoes for $15. And they have memory foam cushions on them, and they're very nice. They're equivalent of a guy's loafers. Yeah. Thank you. Oh my God. Show feet? No, you show shoe first. Payless, I couldn't believe it. Yeah, I walked into Payless with Sarah. I said, let's see what they have. It's like, let's see. These and sure enough, their top brand is Dexter's. Eric, do you really want to get banned from the show? You know you need to be in here to feed your dad lines. He doesn't know what else to say. Not those kind of lines, Eric. The other kind of lines. Yeah, I was going to go to Payless, and I realized, oh my God, they're an American, they're a company in America. Let's at least try to spend some money there. Sarah found a really, really amazing pair of sandals of the same brand. And these Dexters, I'm telling you, that little memory foam, they're pretty nice. No, I'm not in any way a threat to this country. I'm simply trying to get a third party going to stop the tyranny and corruption of our two parties. And here is my impersonation of myself saying, I tried my best to read Trump's autobiography, but every page kept going back to chapter 11. Very funny. No, these eyebrows were officially made from from natural, or rather synthetic materials derived from some silk of some sort. They are unlike any eyebrow ever produced in the world. So I wanted to be an original person in the show. So I put together something way more original than anyone could ever imagine with these eyebrows. They represent a change in many ways. The future of our government could be, in the hands of a good guy for once. Well, there's not one thing that I do in here that doesn't make me look gay. I mean, how many times do I get this every night, the sexual harassment? And I'm a heterosexual. This blows my mind. It's like everybody's gay according to all the gay people. Everybody's gay according to all the gay people. The necklace I picked up at Walgreens for 10 cents. It's designed to pretend like it's the Scottish Rites Mason. It's pretending to be that gift that he received from the foreign Masonic lodge that he attended to. I think I do hold a record for being called gay. I've never seen anybody call a heterosexual guy gay more than they call me. Well, the slippers are pretty cool. I mean, when you put them all together, you've got the memory foam on there. It's incredible. And then you've got the extra added traction, Jackson. Well, because most chatters here are the same person. I'm actually chatting with one male lesbian named Butch. And he's living in an apartment in Reno, Nevada, that is shared by his mom. And that's sum total of all the guests that I'm talking to right now. Hey Butch, how you doing, man? Dave, yeah. Let's just not talk that way, please. Okay, this is when the show gets interesting. It's when I start having to do the due diligence of finding out exactly what to talk about. It's a lot more difficult than people realize. So will the story of Julian Assange take down Clinton? Will it turn her into a basket case, to facing up to 20 years in jail for obstruction of justice? Well, if the voting system is completely cheating, like this movie talks about, this movie is called Fraction Magic, and I'll be playing it later tonight. It's kind of boring, but it still talks about how the diabolical voting system could be cheated. And these stories started as a kind of a conspiracy theory, but the more you look into it, the more the cheating goes on. We've got another video we'll be playing tonight about the election process called Hacking Democracy. That's another good one. Come on, Zenitral. Do you really want to stay in the room? I'm giving you a chance to not get banned. Yeah. Well, it's interesting. It's just not that interesting.
Extracted the files. I then shared them with George Munger, who had by then become an elections commissioner. In 2014, following more election irregularities, George Munger brought Benny Smith in to see what he might find in the Shelby County files.
I was probably the greatest skeptic on the planet. I had some candidates come to me and they, everybody who loses their election, right, says, oh, it's stolen.
So, some people are reveling in the idea that I'm some sort of a dark antichrist or satanic mass person. I'm the last person you'd ever call that. It's called Halloween, you freak. I mean, I'm as good as they get. God, notice I'm not wearing a pentagram? Thank you. Apparently, there's a person out there named Radar. This is only funny to people that actually remember the series MASH. So only about 4 people are laughing right now, Scissor Fight. Everyone else don't even know what MASH was. Hi. Well, you're welcome to come in anytime.
Okay, just a minute.
Anyway, my sister cued me in on fraction magic. She knows more about it than I do, but she'll tell you about how good that is. And then the story following this story is breaking Democratic leaders now asking Hillary to step down. Now, this is just one of these kind of right-wing BuzzFeed USA sites. The investigation into Anthony Weiner, on top of that, is reported that Son of the FBI is conducting an additional investigation, blah, blah, blah. Democrats throughout the party have argued that they cannot have support a candidate that is under FBI investigation for a second time in the same year. I wish the Democrats would get their act together. They've had the worst president on earth, and they still think he's the greatest president on earth. And they won't question anything he did. They won't look at the simple fact that he overspent by $8.8 trillion since he became president. Put us in deeper danger financially. And then the bombshell audio. This is actually Hillary Clinton calling for the rigging of an election for the Palestinian people. But it shows you how she's willing to rig elections. Listen to this.
Have troubled me deeply. I do not think we should have pushed for an election in the Palestinian territories. I think that was a big mistake. And if we were going to push for an election, then we should have made sure that we did something to determine who was going to win.
Yep, so you got to make sure you know who's going to win if you're going to rig an election. Yeah, that's exactly what she said. So yeah, the decisions. Do you write a person in who may not even have a right ballot counted? Do you believe in a third party and look forward to the future of a third party for 2020? Do you start to realize that this is becoming a very serious problem because we are not getting represented, the American people are not getting represented? Or are you to vote for Hillary or Donald and get the New World Order shoved up your ass without lubrication? That's your choice. Yeah, so enjoy your vote. Vote healthy. But basically, there is no wasted vote. It's all relevant at this point. If you vote for Trump, you're going to get Trump right up your butt. You get Hillary, you're going to get Hitlery, the Gestapo of the New World Order forced down your throat. Either way, you're going to get it. And you're going to get it good. You're going to get forced vaccinations. You're going to get GMOs to the point where you're all going to develop tumors at the age of 40. You're going to get all kinds of RFID chipping going on. They're going to LoJack your kids. They're going to LoJack everybody in your family. And pretty soon your entire community will be LoJacked and sent to the FEMA camps. You keep voting for Donald or Hillary, you'll get that in spades. So enjoy your tumors. Enjoy your RFID chips. Enjoy your vaccines. Oh, I'm sorry. Was I getting a little too... Well, see, that's the thing. Whenever I go out on a limb and talk about this stuff, everybody says, David, you just not... You got to get more out there, And I try to do it, and then you say, calm down. Hey, some people like it. When I go off of the deep end, even Trumpy like that. And that tough lady, Hillary, the lesbo, the human lesbian, fake heterosexual BS relationship with Bill, the one that you obviously think is the right person for the job. And she's never done a damn thing. I'm going to take your vote and stick it right back up your ass where it belongs. Come on in.
funny time?
No, we're good. No, I'm just doing what I do normally, which is it's a constant tirade, which some people just react negatively to it. I think it's very good.
Who's that guy? Oh, that's him with brown hair.
I do a good job, don't I?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I would say.
I think I tell it like it is, man. Well, this young lady is my sister. Sarah's in the other room.
I'm an old lady.
No, hey, look I'm 56 years old. Everybody knows how old I am. So.
Well, if your sister looks young, that makes you really super young.
Yeah.
No, it's because I lived in a fantasy my whole life.
The reason why she looks young is she's lived in a fantasy all her life. That's great.
And so has this woman over here.
Look, you look 26. Check that out.
She's my age. That lady's my age.
Yeah, isn't that amazing? Hillary is the same age almost. Yeah. I know.
Oh, she's drinking. You know, she's in the bars in Florida. She's drinking in the bars in Florida. They caught her drinking a lot. And in fact, even her staff says she's got a drinking problem.
Well,
I knew that I think I told you that a year or two ago.
I know.
I said the woman has mental illness. She's physically fallen apart, and she's an alcoholic.
Connie leans toward Trump, and I am not. I'm completely in the middle on this issue. I don't like either one of them.
But I did write you in.
Oh, you did. Thank you very much.
But in a different spot than the president.
You wrote me in for U.S. Senator.
I wrote you in for Secretary of State.
She probably wrote me in for U.S. Senate.
I wrote him in everywhere, all up and down.
All right. Scissor Fight has a link there to something good.
What's growing out of my head, David? Oh, guess what they just did in Vegas? They just talked to the bookies in Vegas who make the bets on who's going to win. Mm-hmm. These guys lose money if they do the wrong thing.
Yeah. So who's going to win?
Well, give it three. I'll give you one guess.
So you think Trump's got it in the bag?
They say it's a landslide.
So they say it's a landslide.
These are the bookies in Vegas.
Right, the bookies in Vegas are saying Trump's a landslide win.
Because they can't be wrong, or they lose tons of money.
I don't know. I mean, if they put their money toward they're saying that Trump's a landslide. That means they want people to bet in favor of Clinton.
But I think their machines are gonna stop us. I think there'll be a postponement of the election. Myself, I think the machines are gonna stop us.
Well, that's what I was going to talk about. This movie that you referred to, everyone said is really, really boring already.
Sure, it's boring. Well, you know what? Fraud is boring.
Well, we're going to be looking at voter fraud. I've got another movie called.
What did they want? What did they want? Like Terminator, or what did they want?
No, this black guy you said figured out a way in which the black boxes are hacked.
He's smart. Yes.
Tell me more about that.
Well, it's in the film, Dave. Do I know technology? Ask me if I know technology.
I really grappled with how impossible a task it would be.
Yeah, it is.
So I had to, lay out the framework. I had to,
He had to think like
say, in order for this to succeed.
He had to think like the guy who's a fraud who cheated the Diebold voting system in a previous election.
And if they have the patience of a 16-year-old to look through the film, they'll see that it's all about the fraud that has been perpetrated on us since the Diebold machines, which actually were created to encourage fraud. The old Diebold machines from David's birth date year.
Early days of the Diebold system. Somebody said, David, do you and Sarah suffer from white guilt? No.
There is no white guilt. What are we guilty for?
Sarah is probably the most politically correct of our bunch here. Connie and I are politically direct, and we definitely do not have any white guilt.
Well, I'm guilty about that big fat body over there. I think that looks like mine.
This is self-deprecating humor night.
Big fat body.
Is that your daughter, Dave? No, I don't have a daughter.
No, I'm the housekeeper.
This is my sister.
I take care of the house. Housekeeper. Keep her house.
I don't think we're going to have no reparations, David Nation. Now, David Nation is a black man.
We didn't do no reparations to you folks, so you're on your own. Go out and get a job.
If you don't understand the nature of what's going on...
Nice, do I got my training in Oakland, okay? My kids are mostly black.
I keep track of 390 and their statements about everything. We record this, so... Yeah, and we know full well they're not going to be able to do it. We know that they've been trolling our room. It comes to the point where we have to just sit back and watch.
I'm going to be the Department of Education in David's cabinet.
Well, you could. No, you're amazing because you and Sarah both have unique ways of teaching.
She would do the concrete sequential, and I would do the random abstract.
There you go. Concrete sequential versus random abstract. Random abstract, I prefer in terms of creating motivation for kids, educating kids with intrinsic motivation.
Art saves lives.
Yeah.
Art saves lives.
There was a time when I thought that I couldn't grow my eyebrows, and I used Rogaine on my eyebrows, and now I have this fantastic new eyebrow
Don't
look.
put it on your... Never mind.
You know,
Don't give it to Wiener. Don't give it to Wiener.
We're not going to talk about that. We're not going to debase ourselves by talking about Anthony Weiner tonight. Don't show your feet ever on camera, just so you know.
What feet?
No, there's.
Does he have a foot fetish?
There's all these people with foot fetishes in here. They're all
my
like
God.
touching their feet right now.
Well, they could, at least they're touching their own feet.
What do you think of Hillary and the drinking problem and the Parkinson's, and Donald and his endless decision to lie and flip flop?
Parkinson's, though, I would drink heavily. Yeah, I would. Because I mean, what the heck? Don't they say that about old people? Why are you bothering with what old people are doing? If they want to smoke, let them smoke. If they want to drink, let them drink, because they don't have long to go anyway. So let them go out. Like that scene in Sunshine. Did you ever see that?
Sunshine, is that sunshine over water?
Little Miss Sunshine. Did you ever see the Little Miss Sunshine with Alan Arkin?
You know, I wasn't born in 1947, so I didn't remember that.
I wasn't either.
I know. So Alan Arkin, who cares?
It was great because he said, I'm on heroin. He said, I'm on heroin.
I did see that. He was on heroin.
I get to be on heroin because I'm old and I'm going to kick off any time.
So Alan Arkin was on heroin in what is the Sunshine, the Spotless Sunshine?
It's called Little Miss Sunshine.
Little Miss Sunshine.
Alan Arkin,
I remember that.
who was a teacher of mine long ago, who was very funny to...
Oh, no, who's name dropping now?
Well,
Alan Arkin was my teacher.
You know, Bo Bridges. I mean, no.
I don't know Jeff Bridges. No, I don't know. No, I saved Jeff Bridges' life, and he never knew it. I actually carried his body away from a plate glass window.
I tell people about that.
He was gonna. People. Well,
it's all over town.
The limousine guy noticed. He said, "Well, thank you very much for that, sir."
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much.
Anyway, it's called Little Miss Sunshine, and Alan Arkin says, "Hey, I'm on heroin. So what? I'm going to die. Who knows when? I'm going to get on heroin." And I say to give old people as much heroin as they want.
You know,
what difference does it make anyhow?
The price of heroin has gotten so cheap because our government's been supporting the Afghan warlords, and nobody talks about that in the mainstream media. And it's like everybody's ignoring it. Donald ignored it. Hillary ignored it. Nobody discussed the fact that our government's been supporting cheap heroin in the streets of America, and now you're talking about people just getting heroin willy-nilly.
Who brought it in, Dave? I've got an answer for you.
I don't think we should just get... Heroin is extremely dangerous, Connie.
Who brought it in, Dave?
Well, I'm sure we can date back to the Golden Triangle.
CIA.
Absolutely. That's who do you think I'm talking about? Who do you think I'm talking about?
They flooded the streets in the 60s so that the kids would get off the
CIA,
war
that's right.
and get onto drugs.
CIA makes about $50 billion a year on heroin production out of Afghanistan.
And Dr. Rima said she was there in New York when the CIA brought the drugs in the 1960s. She was there. She saw it being handed out. She was there. She's a witness. And now
Dr. Rimas.
Yes. No, Rima, R-I-M-A.
Rima.
She lives in Chile. She moved because they were in pursuit of her. She was in Panama. She had to move to Chile, and her husband is very ill. She's a wonderful lady. She's the best natural doctor you'd ever want to see, but that's not her figure.
Dr. Rima.
But Dr. Rima.
Dr. Get Rima.
R-I-M-A. Look her up. She's in she has a radio show. She's on YouTube on a radio show.
Dr. Rima. So when I go here to YouTube and I punch in my YouTube, I go Dr. Rimas.
No, R-I-M-A.
R-I-M-A. Let's see. She's going to check out her. We're going to do some conspiracy theory study right now
no,
here.
She's not conspiracy, Dave. She's conspiracy fact.
Oh, Dr. Rima Labo, Ebola virus is airborne.
She is airborne and weaponized. It's a weaponized.
So we're basically listening to a person who's telling us the zombie apocalypse is coming. Thank you.
Zombie porcalypse.
The zombie porcalypse is on its way.
And the CIA never distributed heroin on the streets of New York.
Let's take a look. This is Dr. Rima Labo. Make America Great Again.
Bringing you news and information suppressed by the corporate-controlled media. This is Volcano Radio with Richie Allen.
Hi, Rima.
Anyway,
she's the medical director of the Natural Solutions Foundation. As I mentioned earlier.
Okay, so these are the kind of fringe characters on YouTube that my sister enjoys. And I
watch your show once a week.
I don't have a problem with you taking on fringe ideas and possibly thinking that the Ebola apocalypse is coming.
I think it's over Chile right now. I don't think you have to worry about it right now.
No, heroin is much cheaper because of the simple fact that it's prevalent. Duct tape.
I love the unibrow, Dave.
This is not, that's
there. But when you relax, you had a unibrow. What if it falls down under your nose? Then it'll be a mustache.
Do you have any idea how many people can do this with their eyebrows? I have total control over my eyebrows.
Jealous of my handsomeness.
These are animated eyebrows I put together.
Decline? Oh, what do we have to accept?
MakeWarsHistory.com.
Well, who would want to make wars, anyway, period. But that's what they're going to do to get us out of this mess. They're going to start a war.
The Iraqi army discovers U.S.-made missiles in ISIS's military base in Mosul. It makes sense, since we've been supporting rebels, that they would give those missiles to the ISIS or ISIL forces. I mean, we even have proof that Barack Obama was building up the ISIL forces in Iraq against the government that we installed in Iraq, mind you. And I can play that clip for you right this minute. Are you ready?
Are you ready?
Well, let's be clear.
This is slow in starting, I guess.
It was moving too slowly, but the fall of Ramadi has galvanized the Iraqi government. So with the additional steps I ordered last month, we're speeding up training of ISIL forces, including volunteers from Sunni tribes in Anbar province.
I couldn't hear it because you were talking over it.
David, you memorized it.
But I mean, it's kind of amazing. I'm going to do something with that battery on that computer and reset it.
I'd love to be right under Hillary, then you can see how youthful I really am.
Okay, as you can see, we are the only group that does not support GMOs, fluoride in the water. You could lose your teeth and end up having to wear these fake teeth my sister's putting in.
I still have my teeth. I'm so thankful. Knock on wood. Knock on wood.
So they've discovered the Iraqi. Anything created by a rebel troop is going to be an ISIS tool in a short period of time. Sam's dad, just lose the pro-Trump's BS message here.
And we've got NATO sitting off the coast.
God, you people are unbelievable.
We've got U.S. ships, David, sitting off the coast, just waiting for Russia to take them out.
Well, did it ever occur to you that the war between Russia and the U.S. is contrived?
Well, that I know, but if we try to impinge on Kiev, if we try to go in again, we have a puppet leader in there now. I mean, if we go in again, I think he's going to do something.
I think that we're positioning our troops near Syria and Ukraine simply to wait for Putin to die.
It's going to be a long time.
No, I'm serious. I really believe that the people involved in backing our policies, Western policies, like the World Bank, like the IMF, and the people that run the IMF and the World Bank, we know who they are, the Rothschilds. They are literally waiting for Putin to just screw up because they know that Russia will fall and collapse without Putin.
I think that Putin is going to pick off every American ship in that harbor.
Okay, we're going to shut guest chat off until you people can figure out that you're not allowed to promote your candidate here, and this is not something I'm making a place for you at all at the table that we've worked hard for, and I've been censored for 8 years in the mainstream media all over the place, including YouTube and Twitter, and you come into our room and you have the audacity to promote Trump or Hillary Clinton here.
I don't think they know your history.
Apparently not. We've worked 8 years to build an audience, and I've been censored every single day across the globe in every media form out there, and you have the common indecency to come in here and promote Trump, who had all kinds of free press. You people are scum. You're traitors. Supporting a Russian apologist like Trump. Or Hillary, who's simply allowing Russia to buy our uranium mining rights.
That's worse.
It's unbelievable. Not really. They're both equally bad.
Well, she's done the deal, I think.
Dirty deal. Done dirty.
She's done the deal.
You can move over to the left a little bit.
Over to the left? You mean as in moving the chair?
As in stage right.
Oh. Oh gosh, I just filled up the screen. That was terrible. I walked in front of the thing and I just filled up.
Oh, and you showed your midriff?
Well, the whole top.
Oh my gosh.
It was thrilling. It was like thrilling for these people.
Oh my God, they actually got a cheap thrill there. Oh my gosh. Oh my goshness. When all fails, take the battery out. I just did a Windows update.
Mm-hmm.
Did I just lose an eyebrow?
Oh, no, you've still got Unibrow.
Okay.
Unibrow.
Because I'm shedding.
Unibrow lives on through David.
I noticed I'm shedding here.
You know, you and Frida. What was her name? The Mexican artist, Frida?
I don't make any comments about Mexicans after Trump and all those disastrous things he said.
But he did meet with the president, didn't he?
Yeah, but illegally,
I thought
violated
that was
the
nice.
Logan Act in the process.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
sure. Yeah, I sure did.
I better keep mum.
Yeah.
I better keep mum.
Okay, well...
I'm here for the cheap thrills, somebody says.
Well, you get to talk to the people.
Oh, okay, so this is what Sarah does. She answers these burning questions like LOL.
Yeah.
Like, oh, everything went dead, David. I guess you did that over there.
No.
Everything went kabooch.
No, you're getting an attack.
Okay. So, are there any questions for the guest here today?
Yeah, really.
Whatever I am.
You're just learning how to do this, huh? I've got about 10,000 hours of broadcast
I
experience.
know it. I
here.
should have my own show, but I would not ever call myself you, of course.
Hang on, we got to get this down here.
Make caves great again?
Okay, see, whenever I turn guest chat on, the attack starts.
Oh, is this an attack?
Mm-hmm. Okay, we're entering the final stages of the show here.
I can leave.
No, I got it. I'll be right back.
So, are there any questions after we're being attacked by somebody? There's a hi back, hi to yourself, Rev Pet Davis. Don't you? They say, don't you dare be in the final stages. They say right here.
No, I'm not in the final stages, but
they want more horror tonight.
We've got at least
horror?
we got 45 minutes left if you want it. So we are going to listen to Dr. Rima Labo a little bit. My sister listens to this a lot. Let's listen in.
Let's listen in, shall we? I don't know what her topic will be. Oh, virus is airborne. Is this the latest show? This is October 21.
Mm-hmm.
You might find a more recent show.
She's been practicing drug-free natural medicine for 35 years by seeking the underlying cause of every illness and ailment. And during this time, she's enjoyed remarkable success with a wide even assortment of cataclysmic problems and health promotion effects. Again, I mentioned at the top of the program, check out our website, drrimatruthreports.com. I'm going to be talking about some of the things that are on there and some of the stuff that she's been talking about recently. It's a real pleasure to welcome Dr. Rima Labo to the show. Rima, how are you? Welcome.
Thank you so much, Richie. I'm just delighted to be with you.
Hey, it's an honor. Did I pronounce your surname properly? Is it Labo or Libo?
Labo.
I see, I got it right first time.
Perfectly.
For an Irish guy, that's not bad now. Late on in the evening, that's not bad at all. Well, listen,
you have to take what you get.
We were joking last week. We were saying Rima doesn't like us very much because we've been tweeting away. But I know that with tongue in cheek now, it had to be said, because I know that you're in great demand. You do a lot of media, and you have been making your own programs. Isn't that right?
Yes, that's right. We have a radio show on Revolution Radio every Thursday, 2 hours. We call it the Dr. Rima Truth Reports because, Richie, it's all about truth, isn't it?
Absolutely right. Absolutely right, Rima. Exactly what we're here for, to report on things that the mainstream media is either not interested in or is suppressing, and it's usually, of course, because they're...
Okay, we're breaking through... I was bored by that.
Well, it should be. It was pretty boring.
Reverend Pete Davis is in here. He performed my sister's wedding ceremony, and he must be, 85 now?
I think he's about 80, must be 85 or 90.
Reverend, welcome. Thank you so much for coming to our show.
Unless it's somebody that found out who did my wedding ceremony.
No, I think it is Reverend Pete Davis, yeah.
What's he doing watching your show? I don't understand.
Well,
an 85-year-old guy watching your show.
Well, maybe he got us on the Psychic Friends Network, because we are published, remember... Miss Cleo was talking about us in the Psychic Friends Network before she died. Remember that? No, of course you don't.
I remember that.
Of course, you weren't even on the Psychic Friends Network. Hang on just a second. We'll be right back. Now, a word from our sponsor. Do you suffer from extreme pig formations on your nose or nostril area?
What difference does it make anyway?
What difference at this point does it make?
At this point.
Have you noticed that you've been incredibly greedy and gotten more greedy as time went on?
Oink, 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 oink.
When asked, do you believe that you should be the president? Why should you be the president? You say, 'cause it's my turn.
It's my turn.
Yes.
Sure thing.
And are you sounding like an old lady? Yes.
I'm old lady pig.
Well, you come to the home of Hillary Clinton and her entourage of fake DNC puppets.
And they're everywhere.
And they're everywhere. Okay, I have to restart the browser. We had about 450 browser pages open, and that's just a little too much for our RAM.
But you've got a whole half hour, Dave.
Well, I've got till the 10 o'clock hour if I want to.
Wait till the 10 o'clock hour.
But I'm very concerned. I did a Windows update on that computer, and it fried the computer. So thankfully, I've got a service contract on that computer.
Oh, because the Windows 10, I told you not to touch the Windows 10.
I never did Windows 10.
Okay, because that's the one that's corrupting everybody's...
But Windows 8 is actually downloading updates that make it... You wonder if they aren't making it Windows 10.
I don't know, but Windows 10 was bad. It made my computer almost die.
I know.
So don't anybody download Windows 10.
You had a personal experience with Windows 10, didn't you?
It is going to corrupt your computer. It'll stop your computer dead in its tracks. You'll have to get a new one.
You can go from Windows 8.1 to 10, but it's going to be exactly what she said, duct tape. She said it's going to corrupt your computer. She's had experience with this.
It'll actually shut it down. You might even have to get a new computer. So don't download Windows 10.
Yeah.
At least that's what I heard also from Michael Rivera.
I'm amazed because I think my Windows 8 auto updated, and it seems like it's absolutely tripping out. And I'm going to have to literally take it in. And I'll be right back. I'm going to go look at Sarah.
So are there any questions? Let's see. Windows 10 made me lose all my info. Yeah, I guess that's possible. At least I didn't lose all my info, I'm glad to say. So, where was this Pete, Reverend Pete Davis? That was bizarre. That was so bizarre. It's like somebody got to look at my wedding, my long ago, because I'm divorced, but my wedding certificate, when I contract with the state, by the way, never contract with the state, whatever you do, never, ever contract with the state. You don't want to sign anything on the road from a police officer. You don't want to sign anything in a courtroom, never. You just, no contracts, okay. Yes, I am the genetic material sister, yeah. Same parents. Can you believe? Same parents. So, give us some questions that have to do with Mr. Trump, and I can answer them. Because I have different views, but I don't voice them here. Yeah, we about a third of our Congress, at least a third, is good, is okay. Guys like Trey Gowdy, who hopefully will be the Attorney General. Trey Gowdy would be a wonderful Attorney General. So watch his films on YouTube. TreyGowdy, Gowdy, great guy. But yeah, you've got to drain the swamp. And Sponheim's coming back. He's coming back very soon. To do that, we have to have term limits. All the things that we have to have that they voted against, because you never give the power to vote for what they want to the party that is they. You just never want to give them the power to decide what the Congress is going to do.
We've given them the power.
They'll always vote for more money and longer terms, and lifetime politicians.
Right.
So they wanted you back. They said,
well,
"Hey, where's Dave?"
A lot of people got the impression that Trump was the anti.
What does drain the swamp mean?
It's a statement that has been promoted by Trump.
But tell them what it means. They're not sure what it means. Drain the swamp. What does that mean?
It's getting rid of all the dead wood. Samizdat believes in the garbage that the media is pushing, that Trump is anti-establishment, when in fact Trump met with Henry Kissinger 3 months ago, personally. I mean, he's literally siding with AIPAC. He went to AIPAC and read off a teleprompter, and it appealed to the American-Israeli Political Action Committee for money. And you seem to don't understand that. You don't understand that Trump is a Zionist, just like Hillary.
See, this can't be...
There is no swamp to be drained. He is a suck-up.
This can't be Reverend Pete Davis, David, because he's saying, "Are you single?"
Yeah.
Some guy who found out who the guy was.
Yeah.
How did he find out? Who am I?
I don't know. They've been tracing records on everybody.
He'd have to look at my birth certificate, or my wedding certificate.
Well, like I said, they've been tracing records on everybody. I've been under the scrutiny of a lot of people trying to dox me and attack me. I've got alerts going on all of the time. I constantly have to fight back people who are either trying to swap me or dox me or any number of things. I have safeguards in place, but it's almost unbelievable how many people are trying to screw us with what we've done so far in building this political movement.
What does dox mean?
It means take your identity, steal your information.
Okay.
You know, I don't discuss anything about me personally. I don't know. We never discuss my birth date. We never discuss our mother's maiden name here.
Right.
These are things that, you know, we just keep separate.
Sense.
But see, Rev Pete, he's got information on your history with your ex-husband.
Yeah, so somebody looked up some documents.
Yeah. So these are people attacking
I'm not
us.
with that person. No, I'm not with that person.
We love you, Conrad. Oh, yes, we do.
Oh, I love this song. No, what about the other one? You've got
a friend in me.
No. That was from Bye Bye Birdie. It's.
Thank you, Froggy, for saying we have a great cast. That's sweet. Well, why don't we find out what this is about before we go on to the next thought, tangentially.
We love you, Conrad. Oh, yes, we do. We love you, Conrad. And we'll be true. When you're not near us.
Here's Anne Margaret.
Oh, Conrad, we love you. We hate you, Conrad. Oh, yes, we do. We don't hate.
Why don't you just talk over the entire broadcast so that they can't hear it? Would that be better? Because, you know...
They're repeating themselves, but okay.
Yeah, let's just... or better yet, do you want to listen to Connie? Because I think Connie wants to talk. No, it's okay. I'm going to give her some time. I'll be right back. I'm going to heat up my coffee.
Oh. Have you heard from Betty lately? This guy had to have been there, Dave. Because there's no way that he would know that Betty was there. I mean, she did... What did she do? She was my matron of honor or something? Matron of honor? Yeah, so you know some amazing stuff. So what else do you know? Yeah, you know, I'm on LinkedIn and everything, so it's easy to know stuff about me. But, you know, that's just something that's a little bit out there. But
So, any luck?
It says he's a stalker and do not talk to him. And... And then they go on and they're trying to. My memory is fading with age, Connie. I just this Pete Davis. I don't think it's him, of course, but somebody found out something about that wedding that was very unusual.
Well, like I said, they're doxing me and doxing you.
But Dave, how did they find out that Betty was there?
Like I said, I don't know. They're tracing records all the way back on your wedding days.
Yeah, but there's no way that they could trace anything. We didn't put anything online.
Well, like I said, I have no idea unless it's somebody you know, like personally.
I don't know. I don't think
if it is somebody you know, then don't talk about it.
Maybe it's Betty. Maybe she's.
Like I said, if it is somebody you know, then don't talk about it.
Okay.
That's your best bet.
That's great.
Talk about Billy Bush and how Trump likes to grope women.
Oh, there was he said a newspaper listing with the wedding. Yeah, I guess there's a way to find any kind of document that you want. Well, most every one of them, but anyway, let's listen to our. I don't know how David did that, but I was gonna have you hear the rest of "We Love You, Conrad." So David's on his way back. There's flies in here. No, we're not near a dairy. Don't worry, we're not near a dairy. I don't have anything to say. I don't care if I die or not. Some guy says she's dying. I'm a stand-up comic, but I have no material tonight. I just don't have anything to tell you, except if somebody has some sort of question that's a legitimate question. So, I think we're not going to have an election. I think it's the voting machines are going to be found to be so corrupted that nothing's going to work properly. Or if they don't get the results they like, they might just say, hey, those machines aren't working. So there's all kinds of election stoppage possibilities. And then they could start a war right after that. Because there's supposed to be a lot of confusion the week of the 7th. There's supposed to be a lot of people being confused. And I don't know if it's confused about the election, or if it's confused about a war going on overseas, or if it's about a confusion about our dollar dropping, or there's any number of confusions that could happen. So here's David.
So Sarah fixed the computer. I brought it in there, and she reset it. She was able to do that.
Because I didn't know how to show them Conrad.
No, it's okay. I don't think we need to do that. I heard the song a long time ago when I was a kid. We love you, Conrad. Oh, yes, we do.
And there's a great one in there, the best one in there, because I directed Bye Bye Birdie. I'm not name dropping, I really did direct it.
No, that's okay.
I directed it right over there in Fall City.
I stage managed Streetcar Named Desire.
That's right.
Yeah.
And he was an actor in the show, too.
Yeah, she was actually, this is the only acting role I've ever had. I played the newspaper boy who kissed Blanche Dubois in the Tennessee Williams play Streetcar Named Desire.
That's right. David, type in You Gotta Be Sincere, because that's the best song in Bye Bye Birdie, is You Gotta Be Sincere. And what about Donald Trump? Is he being sincere? I think that's a very appropriate song.
Yeah, I don't think Donald Trump is. I think people know that Trump and TP or toilet paper have something in common.
You gotta be sincere, you gotta be sincere, yeah.
Funny girl?
No, you gotta be sincere. Not Funny Girl. What did I say, Funny Girl?
What was the show it was in?
It's Bye Bye Birdie.
Bye Bye Birdie.
And that's the song that's a killer song.
Okay, this is You Gotta Be Sincere from Bye Bye Birdie.
And it's a lesson that Hillary needs to know.
Okay.
Because I don't think she knows what sincerity is.
Got a lot of retro songs coming through the pipe here on Halloween 2016.
It doesn't have to be all about horror. It can be entertaining.
I have a video from 2010 when we did the show. We did a little ditty.
You gotta be sincere. You gotta be sincere. You gotta feel it here, 'cause if you feel it here, well then you're gonna be honestly sincere. What you feel is true, you really feel it, you make them feel it too. Write this down now, you.
Okay, yeah, I think moving of the hips, I've reached the 24-second mark on this.
He's transgender, too transgender.
No, he was pushing the transgender Elvis's hip movement. I mean, that's just overwhelming. It's just the merest sight.
It's a cute scene.
Well, I guess it was. If you're, a person who really likes theater, I guess that's.
Well, I do. That's.
Well, I know it's like your thing. It's like, here's a. Yeah, I just wanted to show you the Halloween thing we did for 2010. If I could pull that up. So this Ebola virus, according to this woman, is possibly weaponized. Is that what you're saying? This woman was saying.
Mm-hmm, probably, yeah.
Yeah.
She's usually right.
Now the Ebola rabies vaccination program has been going forward. I remember seeing that quite a bit in the past.
Don't forget to see Vaxxed, V-A-X-X-E-D.
Yeah, Vaxxed is a great movie.
Welcome to Halloween 2010, and welcome to the Cyclops Pumpkin. The future of energy is inside the head of the pumpkin.
Look into my eyes. I've got you. Oh, don't go away from me. Oh, no.
Watch the dancing electricity.
I've got you in now. Oh, come closer, little girl.
Come into the electrical storm.
Yeah, that was the 2010 thing we did for our Halloween special. So we've really made some big strides in 6 years, as you can see. We've got now sound effect devices brought to me by my sister Connie. Are you leaving now?
I'll let you take it.
Okay.
You're in charge.
All right, so we got more time to shoot the crap with the guests on. Let's get guests back in here. Thank you, guys. Whew. So here we are, gathered together at the river to watch our nation getting sold down the river to the highest bidder, whoever that person is. Many of you people don't realize that the American people are cut out of a strong, fibrous, courageous thing, and that coming and threatening my life on a nightly basis is meaningless to me. I could care less. I see the world that's coming ahead for you, run by either one of these people, as a step into the death camps of the Nazi Germany run by Hitler. I really believe we are seeing Adolf Hitler Nazism relived here in America, and you're too blind to see that if you're voting for either Hillary or Donald. Yeah. Man dumps manure in front of the Democratic headquarters in Cincinnati.
Around the country are covered tonight. Fox 19 in Cincinnati, as a man is accused of dumping manure in front of the local Democratic Party headquarters in Warren County. The suspect has been arrested and charged with criminal mischief. This is the second election in a row that someone has put manure at that location.
Okay, and one good thing is it is very, very fertile land now with all that manure there, so you can expect a vegetable garden, possibly a victory garden for the Democrats.
But I remember the story of a fellow who was running for office as a Republican, and he was in a rural area and it wasn't known to be Republican, and he stopped by a farm to do some campaigning. And when the farmer heard he was a Republican, his jaw dropped and he said, "Wait right here till I go get Ma. She's never seen a Republican before." So he got her, and the candidate looked around for a podium from which to give his speech, and the only thing he could find was a pile of that stuff that Bess Truman took 35 years trying to get Harry to call fertilizer.
I'm sorry, is this the Republican hour? I mean, who planted this crap in our chat room? Pun intended. Thank you for voting for me, 739. You're voting for intelligent and logic, right choice. They were a mustache, DT Laura. I took a large beard and turned it into two eyebrows to compensate for my lack of eyebrows. I had to make up for all the lack of eyebrows I've had for the past 8 years of broadcasting by putting them on my face in one night. And with a little bit of trimming and hair control, I might have better eyebrows when I come back tomorrow. Hey, voted early today, wrote you in, bro. Thank you very much, Mad Dog. And bravo to all of you supporters who've been behind this effort, because we are just not going to give up. We cannot stop the effort that we've been trying since the beginning. I don't really care who you voted for, because I'm not in this personally in an emotional way. I'm in this because the American people need an honest person running for the White House. I didn't even plan on doing this until I saw Barack Obama on the scene politically, and I saw him lie about his history. He, for so many years, would say he was born in Kenya. He and his wife would talk about that daily. She was saying, or I should say he, because I think he is a transgender, Michael was saying that Barack Obama was born, or his homeland was Kenya, as far back as 2007 and before.
Surrounding HIV testing, which is still plaguing so many of our communities, which you all know, a lot of that is due to homophobia. Barack has led by example. When we took our trip to Africa and visited his home country in Kenya, we took a...
Yeah, and they should have taken a polygraph test too. That would have helped. So we've seen this whole process go all the way down the line, where Trump pretended like he was a birther, jumped into the campaign against the Republicans using my ideas. We've watched him steal over 10 of my ideas, while I have absolutely no coverage whatsoever in the mainstream media. And you have been watching and witnessing the American people with no voice in the American government whatsoever. This show has been a non-stop effort to the American people who have no voice in this government, and who probably will never have a voice in this government if this censorship continues and persists into the future. We are seeing the last vestiges of our nation's democracy, or whatever was left of it. And for you neocons and Republicans who think that you're going to win this race and Trump's going to go all the way, you want to turn this country into a disaster zone comprised of deportation forces, people being ID'd, and you Democrats, you want to turn this into gun control, and you want to see our country being stripped of our rights to defend ourselves. And you're so wrong. This is so bad for our country to be that way. And that's exactly what the New World Order wants. It's exactly what the elitists want. They want this to turn into either a Marxist or a fascist country, controlled in every way. So we need a different way to go. And I think Can't Stop is our motto, and we're going to keep it up. And we're going to keep this whole chat room going all the way through to 2020. And we'll see what this thing does. If we are kept out of the media for another 4 more years, which is entirely possible, then we know that I might as well pack it up and prepare for the end.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop.
So let's be clear. In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim. America's Third Party.
Sponheim for president. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop.
First we hit 'em low, then we hit 'em high. Underrated, but we made it to the finish line. Rhymes designed to combine and intertwine. Spring to the summer, fall, even winter time. Beats raining harder, then head on collisions. We make incisions with precision and quick decisions, causing double visions. If you ain't up to speed, you need to speed it up. Harder, piano read.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim. America's Third Party.
Thank you. All right, so we will be talking about the issues of the day now. We'll focus on the news. Yeah. Let's take a look. Nothing really popped out of the news from the FBI investigation, continued investigation. So we pretty much know that was just a kind of a killing time, pretending like Jim Comey wasn't guilty of anything. Yeah, that was good. Thank you. Okay. The ex-AGs, Alberto Gonzalez, Eric Holder, and Michael Mukasey ripped the FBI director a new one. So the FBI director looks like they're going to throw him under the bus. You know, if this does move forward and either Hillary or Donald wins in this election, this selection that we have here with a fake Diebold voting system and the black boxes that are riggable and the hack democracy, and we sit here and look at this, now we see the all the ex-AGs rip it in and talking about how the FBI director is remiss in this matter. And Trump's bizarre claim is the Clinton email controversy is bigger than Watergate is just not true. Yeah, the fact check did something there. Now, report that this is interesting. This popped up. This might not be something they want to talk about, but report that Trump used dubious tax avoidance scheme in the 1990s is popping up. There's so much crap on Trump and the alleged groping incidences, and plus the story about him using tax evasive maneuvers is propagating as well. The worst possible people running for president right now, and we are left with these choices. We can blame ourselves not having a democracy or a republic. Mr. Anderson, Comey is working 2 different jobs, Mr. Anderson. You dance like Dave when songs come on? Good. Well, at least you're getting some exercise. Do you do a lot of your moves like I do? I do one of my katas, the ones that I worked with with my secret sensei. A kata is a maneuver in karate that you do to gain strength, an internal dynamic. You gain your G, your force, the center of your body. Where Buddha pounded the calories in, well, that's the area that you really have to develop. All right, let's see what we got here. Donald Trump avoided paying potentially hundreds of millions of dollars in taxes in a way even his own lawyers considered questionable, the New York Times reported Monday. The newspaper said that the maneuver also may explain how Trump posted a 1-year loss of more than $900 million a few years later, enabling him to avoid paying federal taxes for perhaps 18 years. We've got a person who's illegally voted for Trump 3 times already in the chat room. This is what he's saying. Whether you believe it or not, this is what he says. Look at this. He says he illegally voted for Trump 3 times already. Wow. It's going on right in front of our eyes, folks. The betrayal, the lies, the corruption, right down to the scumbags that think that they can become a Trump bully like Trump and take over our country like Trump wants to do. We are right in the middle of the most important election of our time, with people making decisions that are just absolutely frantic at this point. It's a question of who's the lesser of 2 evils in this country's election, and that's not the way it ever should have been. Had we had freedom of speech, had we had free press, had I been getting any media attention other than literally censored on multiple networks, we would have a democracy and a republic and a representation that is valuable for our future. But right now we've got nothing. We've got leaders that won't even commit to term limits. Trump's only using the term limit scheme because I used it for the past 8 years. Okay. Good night and never come back. Yeah, there we go. Mr. Anderson. Comey is channeling J. Edgar Hoover, according to this CNN puppet. Criminal defense lawyer says, don't blame James Comey. Interesting, at 2:31.
Everyone prior to this letter thought that James Comey was a great guy, completely
I never thought James Comey was a great guy. I think he's misbehaved all year. What he should have done in July was he should have announced that there was no case against Hillary Clinton, that she had not committed a crime. He should have issued a 1-paragraph press release. He should not have given that press conference. This is the latest instance of his misbehavior.
Well, we didn't see your opinion piece back then. In fact,
I wrote exactly those words at that time, actually.
Well, I didn't see it, and I doubt the rest of the country saw it. But at this point, you have to look at what he's faced with. Does he not investigate this new information? Of course he has.
This is not a question of not investigating. That's not what this is a question of.
Exactly.
This is a question of whether he announces it or not.
What does he do then? Does he tell people that what he said to Congress earlier is now inconsistent with the fact that there is an open investigation?
He doesn't have
his
to say
responsibility.
anything. There was no reason for him to say anything at this point. And all of the former senior officials of the Justice Department, Democrat and Republican, agree on that point today.
You threw the policy book out the window when you had James Comey as the FBI director making the final decision about prosecuting or not prosecuting someone. I've been critical of the way they've handled this. I thought there should have been a special prosecutor appointed months ago, but there was no prosecutor here.
There was no need for a special prosecutor. There was never any crime committed here.
Do you realize that President Obama appointed this man director of the FBI? He was considered to be completely nonpartisan and objective.
Well,
and now because you don't like the news, you've decided that he's all of a sudden become partisan. That is not true. James Comey has been the only person in this entire mess who does not have a political agenda.
Well,
and the idea to say that he's doing this with a political
and
purpose.
the Deputy Attorney General in the George Bush administration disagrees with you. And if he's not partisan, how is it possible that he's now being accused formally of violating the Hatch Act by George Bush's chief ethics lawyer?
Okay, George Bush's chief ethics lawyer is claiming he's violating the Hatch law. You know, the guy on the left is really strongly in favor of supporting James Comey. He even says, don't blame James Comey. He's obviously a puppet for the government. The guy on the right is a former George W. Bush, Karl Rove supporter who just feels betrayed by this particular maneuver of allowing Hillary Clinton to get her way. You got to wonder what's going on in the dynamic. The Republicans are shredding, the Democrats are twisting. Everything's messing up on both parties. You're setting up links in my IM? DJM, sorry, I don't have IMs open right now. Let me reopen the link and you can just send them again, okay? Yeah, we had to close our browsers. We were kind of melting down during the earlier part of our show. Yeah. So we're having a Native American Hallows Eve, which is also a kind of a harvest fest of sorts. Yeah. Okay, that link is open if you want to send them again. Thank you. Duct tape. Comey said in the first deposition he was bound by the law to update Congress if any new information is obtained. Saying these words doesn't cut it. We believe that James Comey is working for the Hillary campaign. That's just the premise here. You look better blonde. It's very attractive. Well, thank you. Well, maybe I'll go with, a couple new looks. I've got my eyes on a couple of new wigs. My hair is real underneath. But it does kind of add to the show to have kind of like a different look, I must say. And the eyebrows, I think, are a keeper. I don't know about you, but I think people have been criticizing me about my eyebrows for years. And this makes me feel a lot better knowing that I have bigger eyebrows now. It's kind of a feel-good thing. You know? All right. Whew. Wow. Now I have to go through some history. There's not enough really substance yet to really indict Hillary. If they're going to indict Hillary, they'll get 27 months based on Loretta Lynch's 27-month agreement that she made with Bill Clinton. You see, it's all going back to the corruption at the highest level. That's the problem. And it all goes back to why we haven't stopped the Clintons. Even after the impeachment process of Bill Clinton, he still stuck around and squeaked around and got all his ways and knew that his wife could still win and they could still their reign of power and reign it over this country. And if it continues and Hillary wins this race, we're in deep trouble. If it continues and say Donald Trump wins and he doesn't prosecute the Clintons and shows that he's on the inside of the Clintons deal and he's got the same friends, Jeffrey Epstein, the guy who runs Orgy Island, manipulating children in sex prostitution rings, then it's all an old boys network and we lose. And that's what I've been saying from the very beginning, that Trump and Bill are both complicit in the Jeffrey Epstein case, for sure. We know that they're connected. We just don't know how. And if more comes out in all different areas, we'll see a real wake-up call in this country. Now, there's been a killer clown craze. Yeah, there's all kinds of things going on in England, across the nation, and people are worried about these clowns tonight. There's a threat that there's 20 killer clowns out there in the UK. Worries that these killer clowns are going to be popping up all over. I tend to believe that because we have the ability to satellite check wherever these people came from when they became a clown, we were seriously capable of finding this out. So since we aren't finding this out, and since the UK and MI6 isn't finding this out, my automatic assumption is that it is actually a psyops to scare people and put people closer to the edge of sanity right now. And it acts as a psychological or a sociological breakdown point to push all these clowns in front of us. So I wouldn't doubt that this is a government psyops, whether it's happening in England or here in the US. Seriously. It doesn't surprise me. That's my take on the clown thing. Here's another chilling moment of a clown somewhere. Here's an English woman. I was petrified. Chilling moment. Killer clown appeared in the window of a mum's home as her daughter was sleeping. So literally some clown appeared in the window of some, yeah. Sarah Lamy with partner. They were victims of the creepy clown. So yeah, weird stuff going on Halloween related to unrelated things, clown stories of all things. Okay, did you get the IMs to me? I opened it up. Just have to resend them, man. There we go. Okay, I got them. Okay, here we go. Thank you for that link. I'll take a look. Running down all these links tonight. Okay, now as we reach the end of our real show, we're going to kind of bring in all the fear-mongering we can in one fell swoop, because I know a lot of people have been kind of living in fear-monger land. I don't live there, so I'm not quite like that. I offer hope and solutions for America. Oh my God, that was scary. Okay. (2016). 6 years have passed since our 2010 video. Okay, Army Major says everything's in place to round up anti-war dissenters and for military detention. I saw this, yeah. Yep. Very weird stuff. This is what I call the peak amount of fear-mongering you could read about on the internet right now. This is it. And it's coming from conjecture, really. While mainstream media has dutifully echoed the U.S. government narrative that Russia is to blame for increasing tensions, we at the Free Thought Project have reported on the numerous ways in which the U.S. has actually been the provocateur. Early in 2016, a U.S. military official said the U.S. needs and wants Russia as an enemy, which is followed by a litany of falsehoods about Russian threats from elected and appointed officials. A hacked email showed a NATO general plotting conflict with Russia. As American and NATO military forces amass along Russia's borders, U.S. intervention in Syria has provided the perfect context for escalating tensions. In its effort to topple the Assad government, the U.S. nurtured the Salafist fundamentalist sect in Syria, which went on to become a major part of ISIS. This is what I've been contending all along, that ISIS was created by Hillary and Barack, thank you, in which went on to become part of ISIS, okay. As U.S. military operations get dangerously close to Syrian or Russian forces, any accidental strike could be the spark for World War III. If this were not disturbing enough, the reality in the homeland is downright frightening. Since 9/11, the U.S. military surveillance state has been able to self-perpetuate a specter of terrorism, dismantle the rights of its citizens. I agree with a lot of these things in this article. In order to sustain public support for its war-making, the state must suppress dissent. If it cannot achieve this through media control and other subtle means, it is prepared to take more forceful measures. In an interview with this person, Army Major Todd Pierce, U.S. government has everything in place to round up anti-war dissenters and put them in military detention. Now, this article and even the existence of it is mere propaganda, in my opinion. It's how do we know this person isn't being put up by the government to put fear in the minds of the people so that they don't want to believe in a political alternative? All right. And then finally, this just came in from the link that was sent to me. Defend our free press. I believe this is the submission letter to, I believe it Stop George Soros group, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Or if you just believe in the freedom of press. Okay, that's great. Super. Right, whatever's left of free press. We don't know. Okay, so you got some videos for us? Thank you, Scissor Fight. Appreciate it. Leaked NASA footage, the new HR 4310 spaceship. Wow. Interesting. Tonight we really want to hone in on our decision about who we're going to vote for. And if you haven't made your decision yet, decided to vote for either writing my name in or voting for Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton or any number of people, we'll be giving you an opportunity to debate the merits of Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton by bringing you videos on both. We'll be doing some alternating videos on both tonight. Yeah. Happy Halloween. Yeah, me too. Had a lot of fun. It was very enjoyable.
What difference at this point does it make?
Okay, let's see what this is. Pretty cool. Scary. Click on trees. Cool. Wow, this is cool. Click on stump. Whoa, very cool.
Tell us about the angst or fears about voters and what.
Click on share. Cool video, yeah. Click on door handle. Perhaps they didn't hear you. Try again. Trick or treat. Pizza. Excellent. Wishing you a frightfully happy Halloween. Fantastic. And we've got more songs from Scissor Fight lined up here. Music for tonight from his repertoire of amazing stuff. We've got a sound called Incinerate. Whoa. From the dark dimension of creativity known as Scissor Fight. Great video. Yeah, that was fun. And then we've got other things lined up here for the evening ahead of time. This will be going in the garbage tonight. Just want everyone to know that it will be arriving in the garbage. Yes. Oh, that's okay. You can always watch our show and repeat. What difference at this point does it make? I'm scared. This is a scary video. I've got to add a few more videos here to our nightly event. Dueling Hillary versus Donald, a head-to-head festival of sorts. We're going to kick things off by talking about hacking democracy and a video that came into our show earlier, and then into a dueling scenario. Good night, Dupster. You fell asleep at the desk? Oh my god. Dupster's sleeping on the job. He worked so hard the past few days working on this car that he's gone to bed. Good night, Dupster. All right. Got a few things lined up for you. First off, though. Almost there. Just getting the lineup to go here. Okay, this story that came in earlier. New voting technology could make rigged elections a reality. We're pretty much of the belief now that the whole system is a selection and a rigged election. Most of us are beginning to believe that this whole thing is completely rigged. And then a video called Fraction Matching that's coming up. Okay. This is the sound that really freaked me out. It's like a crazed meth head with a Slurpee. In space. Okay. There we go. Okay, thank you everybody for coming into our show. We will be back tomorrow. I'm voting for a guy named David Sponheim. I'm writing my name in. Because this election is absolutely the most bizarre thing ever. And I can tell you that if we have had more resistance from all different sides, from the left and the right in this election, and there have been a lot of Bernie supporters that like what we're doing, and there are a lot of Tea Party supporters that like what we're doing. Fraction matching was on Alex Jones' show today. Okay, we're going to talk about fraction matching later in the evening. I know, there's no sound in space, but it sure sounded like space. And here's Horizon. This is a good one. Yeah, so the mystery of the election will be a thing of the past in about 8 days. Thank you, Froggy. You're now entering the dimension of space. There's leaked NASA footage of a spaceship. Yes. The new HR 4310 spaceship. Interesting. It looks like Hillary could collapse and Kane could be president. You're right. If Hillary really has Parkinson's like we think she does, she might not make it, and Kane would be the president by default. It would be a tragic scenario because Kane really doesn't have anything going on. He's not that deserving, and he hasn't galvanized a lot of support on his own. He was given a free ride. Good night, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow for Truth Tuesday. Thank you for coming into our Halloween special. This is me signing off.